time that they say your boy
I see y'all been over here for a while, so I'll wait on y'all a minute. I'm listening to OTK and them. So I'll just wait and see if y'all will pop up over here.
Why would they not
I apologize for being late.
Another land far west.
A lot going on.
Or either far east or something. Why would they mention? No, they didn't. None of them did. No, they didn't.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Yeah. No, the Greeks didn't mention nothing about America. Josephus, he's a fucking convert. Plato, all the boys there, I got the works of all of them. All of them was just saying they think it's another land, but they wasn't talking about America. And all of those shit is theories.
My AI says it has a lot more information than what these folks was trying to give sometimes.
Yeah, I know. And all of those boys were just saying. But they were still. They wasn't talking about it.
Yeah, they were talking about the origin.
I
They
see
were
my
talking
little.
about describe where they came from.
No, they wouldn't.
Yeah, go back and check it out again.
Okay.
Go back and check it out again.
Yeah, the philosopher.
Let me share it out, y'all.
Yeah, Plato is the one who came up with fucking Atlantis. His forefathers, predecessors,
nobody in here, y'all. I'm gonna make good of my time. Watch this. Like that. I'm gonna share this right quick, but I'm gonna talk about some of the same stuff they talking about.
Converted to Flavius Josephus.
See, I get answers.
I mean, Plato homeboy. My bad. Plato homeboy.
I don't want to repeat nothing of mainstream.
But the boy who wrote about Plato was Flavius Josephus. He was the one who regurgitated.
Josephus had wrote the Bible.
And acting like Plato
with the Romans.
Yep.
But Plato was never real.
No.
Plato wasn't real.
Josephus really wasn't talking about Plato.
Yes, he was.
No,
he was
regurgitating
all them boys' old shit.
Yeah, but no, Plato was a Greek philosopher.
Yeah, Josephus was
Rome. Yeah, but you talk about He was here, but he was there with the Romans.
Yeah, he converted to Greek too.
No, that's why the Rome. Not Greek, Rome. Greek had fell by then. Greece fell before that.
Do the Greeks and the Romans both come out of Italy?
No.
Huh?
No. Rome been out there. Don't get me wrong. I ain't said Rome wasn't in that area. You understand that?
Are all these Italian? Are they all Italian people? How about that?
No.
Let's leave.
No. Greece is its own nation.
Okay.
I think what you're saying is their Mediterranean Sea, and the Greek Isles. The question is whether the Greek Isles will be considered, as we're considering Europe to be one landmass, right? Which it is not, but we're considering it. What are the island chains? The same thing with the Gulf. Those islands go from, isn't it damn near Maine down to Florida? But what's the only part that's focused on? Not even North Carolina, man. They just went drop your ass on South Carolina, and you goddamn it brought rice in your braids from Africa. What the fuck?
We know that's not true.
It's a lie that's continually repeated by ignorant niggas in 2025. So knowing something is not true doesn't stop people from being stupid as fuck.
And you're right.
Really, I'm sorry.
But we know for a fact we don't need to consider it unless we're trying to teach them. So we're trying to teach a person who don't understand that and understand what he's saying.
Okay, let me give you an example here. And OTK, I think you went very good. I was hoping that you were going to bring up whether or not Marco Polo supposedly brought noodles back to Rome, and the Silk Road was initiated by some of his travels. But here's the thing. Now, these so-called Grecian Isles, we're being taught in the criminal indoctrination.
Y'all, I'm just playing this right here, just listening to this for a minute, waiting on some people to come in. If they do,
that bullshit at some point in your
y'all know how I do it. I'm not talking right now.
Now, if the Algonquin with their 12,000 years ago, you think they dropped democracy on the motherfucking Grecian Isles?
Share it out since I'm late. Had y'all waiting on me.
Because we're talking about confederation behavior, a form of governance, right? Not government, Because these motherfuckers take shit from us and turn it into criminal enterprises.
Shout out to OTK, Wolf, Davis, Epic Studies, Alabama. Yeah, we listening to them right quick, y'all. While
their character
let
is a
the
criminality,
chat fill
is
up.
Outlaw.
Being that I'm late, y'all, I was over here dealing with
they created some shit when it
some
was
more
given
stuff
to them, maybe
and making peace, I guess you could say. But shout out to y'all who coming in the chat. Shout out to y'all. Come on.
Then they had the nerve to call this the new world.
So I can just tell you what's going on in my world.
Claiming he created rap.
Let's see, can I share it out?
That kind of shit.
Y'all share it out with one people at least, please.
How long do we have to deal with this type of delusionary behavior?
But Bakwasha.
What y'all got?
And all these Hebrews, where the Hebrews at? What's going on, baby? What it do, Engine Radio?
I don't know, man. You understand where we at, man. A lot of us don't really have, like I say.
Listen to Lachlan High, Most High. Yeah. Where the Hebrews at? It's the day they say it's the Shabbat day. I could prove to them. They don't know what they're talking about, but I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it.
Check what you got. You can also debate what you already know and find out what you know.
But how y'all doing? Come on up in here, y'all. We listening to OTK.
And won't allow your mind to consider things. But if you don't have that issue stopping you, this is a perfect place to get.
And y'all know, anytime y'all welcome to come up. I be wanting people to come up and build with me, but I definitely don't want no animosity. You know what I mean.
So as myself, I'm in a stage where I'm trying to check the information I already got and absorb as much new information that I can see already been tested and add to my theory.
So
I say I have no works.
Y'all see the title.
I have no channel.
Genealogy is the key to finding land.
Where I can find it. I'd rather deal with the ones that already been tested.
Yeah.
But like OTK was saying earlier, even in the ones that
share it out a couple people, y'all.
In these debates. Because the fact that you can lie.
Enjoy your space where you at right now.
You got to cross-reference and deal with technical knowledge.
Please do.
Until we can get there and get to the bottom of this shit. But it's the information age. So the truth coming out. No matter how somebody feel about it, it's coming out. It's coming out all over the place. And these areas, and this thing they call the YouTube community, the Aboriginal YouTube community, there's so much information that still has to be absorbed, at least by me.
That's true.
That I don't feel like I'm in the state.
I hope you're going to stay a while, Engine.
Shit I know. Well, may not be
Hang
true.
out with me. I'm going to do some stories on my family. I'm going to read some. I'm going to share some. I'm trying to connect the dots. Y'all know me.
You believe in that? You can be a smart person and decide you want to be a adult teacher in the fifth grade.
I don't know which person it was I heard this particular statement, Darvis. But this individual, so-called scholar, professor, said he learned more as a teacher than as a student, which begs the question, as one of my elders I respect, Leland Fuller Jr., till he drew last breath in 95 years on this planet, said, I'm still learning. When you are not, you're
shout out to the one that just jumped in the chat. I'm sharing, so be patient with me for a second.
That's the real shit.
That's true. Well,
he might drop in here.
Destination is the journey itself. It's an ongoing process.
Shout out to Davis. I'm dropping you the link, Davis.
Like perfection, knowledge is ongoing. You can never stop learning.
I got cousins all over here, and I love all of y'all. Y'all know I do.
I think we do know it all. Yeah, that's
y'all know I do.
How much of a fool you really are. Close your mind.
Or you die.
Right.
We got so many avenues, we got so many avenues. Shout out to the 5 up in here already.
But at the same time, when you do have,
yes, indeed.
When you do have,
Sister Jackie, she'll never come in with me, but I'm always, that's my daughter.
All
Sister Jackie Brown. Shout out to Jackie Brown.
Society be to continue to learn. The truths, the certain truths that we do have, I say don't compromise your position.
I do have love out here, y'all. Sometimes I feel a lot of
things that
but it might be me.
and
And
argue.
I don't mind saying it might be me. I'll take the book of it.
Put that up on.
One thing I do know is that I'm in this fight to win it. You know what I'm saying?
To be true.
You know.
You see what I'm saying? Because then that
y'all work with me, walk with me.
You to be compromised and make the truth seem like it's a no.
So it's 5 of y'all up in here now. I guess I can go ahead and start talking about what I want to talk about. Let's see. I kind of want to show a lot of the stuff that I got for its records and how I tie myself into a lot. Great continuation, sis. So good to see you. On how I tie myself in and how I see when I do be seeing the 16, 17, 1800, what I see in that and how I see that in the records that I got. If I didn't have these records, I wouldn't know what I'm talking about. I mean, I look at the records because that's part of what was kept to show me who I am. Other than that, if I'm going to throw that away, I might well throw all this shit away. You know, so my family, your family, they played a part in this. They literally played a part in this, you know. And I think that once we know the parts that were played, we would deal with things a lot better. I really think that way, you know. I don't know about nobody else, but I literally think that we would really, really handle things in a total different way because of the fact that we would resonate with the power that our ancestors had and the things that they was doing. Like, for instance, my great-grandfather, Collins Roberts, Robertsville, Tennessee. Have y'all looked that up yet? Those in the chat that know me, that know that I've spoken this before. Have you checked my sources? I mean, because you might even find some of your family over there working with him. I mean, this is how really it goes for us, finding records and linking yourself up with things. So that's why I'm here. I'm not here to talk about nobody else's life or to figure out who else did what. I'm trying to figure out what my family left behind, what legacies they left, what stories can be told about them, you know. And that's why I do what I do, and I come on live to share so that I'm leaving the legacy of what I was doing while I was on this land. Because if the earth and seed time remain, you know, I'm looking at the fact that the only thing that's left now, from what everybody tell me, is somebody else's history or somebody else's relic, somebody else's, you know, pearls or shells or, you know, something that we think very significant now, but it was one time of value to our ancestors. So now, you know, it's just like we have got to just leave that legacy. And that's why I encourage everybody to use your devices. Don't let these devices be sitting around here using you, taking up all your energy. You know, they claim they're full of Wi-Fi or whatever it is. Well, if you're gonna have it, you might as well use it and make it pay for itself, you know. So I'm a biggie about it because it's my companion when it comes to talking about finding out truths and finding out what's really going on with some things. For instance, shout out to the 3 that's still in here. I know I'm not I mean, I'm not a teacher. I don't proclaim to be. I'm here to share. And I don't have much to offer, but what I have, I give. So welcome to the 3 that's still in the chat. I appreciate you for hanging in. It ain't going to be no drama up in here, so you might want to move on over somewhere else if that's what you're looking for. Because y'all know me up in here. You got to get your notepads and shit when I'll be talking sometime. Because people be wanting me to repeat myself, but I don't know what I just said because I'm talking from my spirit. I'm not talking from my head. So shout out to the four that's in this chat. Now, I was finna go somewhere because I heard some discrepancy while I was over there on my nephew OTK channel. And while I was listening at the discrepancies, of course, y'all know me, I'm finna do my research. So I'm gonna share with y'all some of the research I just got today. And you take it the way you want to, you can leave it, throw it away. But I just want to share it because, yeah, I like that. So they was arguing over India and Hindustan and all of that stuff, right? So I went to my little trusty little my little trusty co-pilot, and I asked question, right? I asked the question, exactly who changed Hindustan and Bharat to India in the history. Okay? It come back and say the name Hindustan, Bharat, and India have evolved over the centuries, each reflecting different historical, cultural contents, right? It said Hindustan, this name originated. And I'm doing this because we shouldn't have to argue over this type of stuff, okay? This type of stuff should be understood, and it shouldn't be an argument. So it says that this name originates from the Persian word Hind, which itself comes from the Sanskrit Sindhu, referring to the Indus River. Over there still, right? Over there. Persia and Islamic literature popularized Hindustan to describe the northern Indian subcontinent, especially during the medieval period. Bharat, this name has ancient roots in India's scriptures. They say in their scriptures, okay, and texts. It is derived from Bharatavasha, a term used in the Vedas and Puranas to describe the land ruled by the legendary king Bharata. Bharat symbolizes the India's cultural and historical identity, okay? India, the name India comes from the Greek. I heard them over there talking about all kinds of stuff, y'all, but I ain't going into what they said because I don't, it don't matter. But what matters is the fact that we understand over here today how this came to be, right? So India is in fact a Greek word and Latin adaptation of Indus, talking about that river over there, the Indus Valley, marking the western boundary of the Indian subcontinent. Now, remember, I just said that we had the what was it? The northern Indian subcontinent, and then there is listed at these subcontinents. Now, watch this. All right, so you got the western boundary of the Indian court. That was the north. That's the west. You see what I'm saying? So this is what happened with the so-called Columbus voyage. If he got getting his continents mixed up. Because if anybody know and remember, shout out to you, Akamat, American Indian, love to you. Great continuation. Everybody remember, they got stories now. We got to put some of these stories together. That's just like what we grew up with. What is it? The little somebody been sleeping in your bed. Somebody been eating your partridge. Right? Those little stories. Jack and Jill went up the hill. the Humpty Dumpty fell on the wall, all of these stories mean something to the fact of what happened, because they made it up about some bull crap, right? Everybody know that. So when you think about the narrative of these people talking about all these subcontinents, the West, the North, the South continent, but at the same time, for centuries, we are told that they were so-called looking for us. Who? Anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? That these so-called Moors, because they always claim to be Moors that did everything, that the Moors was always looking for us, because they was the one that was the pirates. They always say that Columbus had one with him, like to try to make us think, oh, he had a black man with him. But how about he was the same? They was the same people, right? So, with that being said, then they knew where they was going, but they knew, and they knew who they was looking for. Let's be clear. They had not made it this way yet. But it was said that they had always been looking for us. And that there were certain things that they would run up across that would hinder them from getting to us. But then when you think about that, we was not subdued until the Spanish colonization of the 1800s, because we had the English 16, French 17, 18, here come the Spanish. But we was all, we was going through. And each time, don't you think that when the English came, we spoke some English? We end up speaking some of their languages or whatever. When the French came, because right now we got words that we speak today that's not our words. We speak pizza. Pizza is not our word. Spaghetti, kindergarten, as Chief Holiday taught one time, and everybody got mad. Oh, they did make that Constitution in German, because that's what all them Germans was up there. We're not understanding when these people came, because I've been teaching for the last few months about Ellis Island. But what about 1855? I'm teaching about 1897 when the rich ones came in, and 5 years later when they bring in hundreds of thousands of them. But hey, what about 1855? They came in 1855 through a little place called Castle Island. And so 1855, 10 years later, go figure, we got the Union Soldier Army that's ready to kick our butts out of the South. And then we got the Reconstruction. So how many of your grandparents played a role in the Reconstruction? See, mine did, because they was here. If they wasn't here, I wouldn't be here. I mean, come on, y'all. Can y'all say yeah? Everything right now, all our ancestors played a part in it. If not, we wouldn't be here. And say we've been here so long. What you say? What say you about that? I'm just saying. So when India gained independence in 1947, the framers of the Indian Constitution debated the nation's official name. So 1947 is when they officially got their name. To honor both historical and modern identities. Article 1, the Constitution states, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. Y'all with me? So we ain't got to argue about this place no more, because we're going to get down to the fact of what they was calling America before. Yeah, come on. Y'all walk with me. This compromise allowed both names to coexist, with India being more commonly used internationally and Bharat retaining cultural significance. So they retain both names. Live and learn. How you doing? Great continuation. Thank you, love. I hope you're hanging here with me a little while. I need y'all feedback. I need somebody to come on, y'all build with me. Y'all ain't like y'all scared to come and hang out with me. Come on, let's do it. Anyway, it's fascinating how these names reflect India's diverse history and identity, right? So I say they gave them the Indian title in 1945. I'm fishing, right? I'm fishing. I'm not precise with that date, but let's see what happens. The name India has been in use for centuries, derived from the Indus River and popularized by Greek and Latin texts. I heard some niggas talking about that shit came from who we did way back when. I heard somebody say that earlier. But y'all hear that from Greek and Latin texts. However, during British colonial rule, India became the official name for the region. See, at first, she wouldn't tell me. In 1945, there wasn't a specific event where the title Indian was formally given, as it had already been widely recognized and used internationally by then. After the independence of 1947, the Indian Constitution officially adopted India alongside it, right? So I said, okay, so what about America? Here go the question, right? So what about America being India's superior prior to any? That's my question. It seems like you're referring to the history of the Native American. Now listen, y'all. Listen. Why would this machine take me there? I ain't said nothing about Native American. Are y'all with me? I asked the question, what about the America being the India superior prior to any? It comes and tell me I'm referring to the Native American and their civilization before European colonization. Native American, and we know we were them during that time, so let's not twist the words. We know what's going on, right? They got that too in 1960-something. Native American societies were incredibly diverse and advanced with rich cultures. Y'all listen, rich culture, governance, systems, and innovations. For example, the Mississippian culture built large urban centers like Cahokia, which had y'all know they didn't do that now, y'all, which had a population exceeding 20,000 by 1250 CE. The Iroquois Confederation in the Northeast was a sophisticated alliance of tribes with a democratic system. They say they had a democratic system. I wonder if it's the same kind of democratic system we just got out of. Go figure. Y'all research the research. That's what I always say. Research the research. Come on. Shout out to the Sixers hanging out. I only came out because I said I would, and I feel like I had left. I don't like to tell a lie, so I just came to hang out anyway, y'all. So thank you for coming to hang out with me. So it says, that so they had a democratic system that some believed influenced the. Okay, hold up now. This makes a lot of sense to me. Somebody Engine Radio, what's up? Great continuation, love. Y'all listen to this. Everybody, when we first heard anything about any other Indians, my first Indians I heard about was the Washita, the Iroquois. I'm gonna say the Yamasee, a few more of these other CCCs, and when you check their name, they all got tied to the Moors. Anybody ever check those names? All of them got ties to the Moors. Okay, all of them. So, but then this says that the Iroquois Confederation in the Northeast was a sophisticated alliance of tribes with a democratic system that some believe influenced the U.S. Constitution. Now, how many people you heard say, yeah, that, and yeah, I've heard that many, many times. Makes sense now. Makes sense now. Just makes sense to me now. So, okay. So it says the ancestral plebeians, they constructed intricate cliff dwellings and irrigation system. So a lot of people say they come here and they say who created the irrigation system, but they said that the plebeians did that, the irrigation system on this land. Okay, these societies thrived for thousands of years before European settlement. And when I say European, let's be clear, I'm not talking about no pale face, straight hair, weak back, flat feet. I ain't talking about those people, right? I'm talking about the people of the man on this land. When I say, when I say European, I'm talking about the ones that look like us that came here. What I mean, they look like us. They wasn't the pale skins. But most people think every time you say the Europeans, you're thinking about them. No, they just look like us. That's why I was able for them to do what they did. And that's what I see, because I don't see Caucasians in my family. I see some trying to be in my family. I see some cousins that married to some, but that don't make it in my bloodline. Right? So it says these societies thrived for thousands of years before the European settlers arrived, bringing profound changes to America. Okay? So I say, you didn't answer my question. Okay? Some kind of way within what all she gave me right now, she still didn't answer the question that I asked her up there when I asked her then, so what about America being the Indian superior? I'm talking about the land, right? Right? So she kind of went on talking about everything, gave us some good information about who in this land and who did what in this land, right? A little proud there. I know, because I know them people that's over there didn't do it, right? But then I say, but that you didn't answer my question. This machine in my hand told me you're right. Thank you for pointing that out. Y'all hear me? Could you clarify what you mean by America being Indian superior? You see how I went back up there and got that? I said, are you referring to a historical? Y'all check out how we go here now. I'm telling you how to get these answers. Are you referring to a historical or a cultural concept? Or perhaps something related to the relationship between indigenous people and other nations? Let me know so I can better address your question. I say, on Verrazano's journey and old maps, before the narrative of mainstream lines, America was called by explorers, not native, and I put / copper color, right? Because I don't, it don't get it. It's not confused with who I'm talking about when I'm talking to the. You understand? Because I have made it perfectly clear. We are the copper color Aboriginal, also the native. So yeah, we got a very good understanding when I ask my question to get the right answer. Okay, so the machine comes back and gives me a map. I wish y'all could see the map. It says Giovanni di Verrazzano, an Italian explorer sailing under the French flag, is known for his 1524 journey along the Atlantic coast of North America. He was among the first Europeans to document the region, including areas like New York Bay and Narragansett Bay. Verrazzano's account and maps from his voyages contributed to European understanding of the New World. I know it, baby. I'm reading out my phone right now. I'm just here. I'm just saying, I'm going to show y'all something in a minute, though. Bear with me. I'm going to show y'all something in a minute. I got you. As for the naming of America, it is widely accepted that the continent was named after Amerigo Vespucci. Hold on, y'all. Walk with me. An Italian explorer whose account of his voyages helped establish that the lands discovered by Columbus was part of a new continent. I already done jumped up here and wrote something else in the chat. I didn't even get to read all that, right? I said, how have indigenous identity evolved? Because they went to talking about the other stuff. I didn't even want to hear the rest of that. So indigenous identity in America have undergone significant evolution, shaped by historical cultures and political factors. Pre-colonial age, before European contact, indigenous people identified primarily through their tribal affiliation. Heard somebody say that earlier, not by saying I'm an Indian or I'm not, right? By whatever tribe you are. If you're Cherokee, you Cherokee. If you're Lakota, Navajo, only by the tribe should we identify. I see my brother Indian Radio as Akamat. He found some new relatives. That's awesome. That's totally awesome. So these identities was deeply tied to their languages, traditions, and territory. So by colonial and post-colonial impact, the European colonization disrupted indigenous ways of life. Policies like forced assimilation, land dispossession, and the establishment of reservations altered traditional identities. The introduction of terms like Indian came along with colonization, y'all. They did. Those terms came along with colonization. Okay? Native American by colonizers created broad labels that often overlooked the diversity among tribes. I mean, y'all see what I'm saying? We're arguing over titles and stuff that came along with levels of colonization. Levels of colonization, you know. And then they got the blood quantum. That came in 19th and 20th century. You know, the blood quantum, that had something to do with them. These policies often fragmented communities and impose external criteria on tribal membership. See, we don't have tribal membership. Now I'm going to land right there with that because that made me mad. I'm done with that. Okay, we don't have tribal membership. Why? Because we was reclassified, put in urban communities, and the only people is classified in order to be recognized and to supposedly have made treaties with, or the now native, not the original people, our great-grandparents, who are still on those rolls, whose names is still listed in a lot of documents. But that's not who's getting the benefit. Because right now you got Caucasians all over this place that are coming in your community, setting up their tribes. And here we is on YouTube talking about this is a tribal community. I don't think so. I don't think so. Because we ain't backed by nothing. And we don't exist in their eyesight. My elder been working for 40 years. And he the one keep telling me, Chief, we don't exist. We got to find a way to exist. We got to find a way for them to know that we are here. Because this on YouTube, what's going on YouTube, they ain't paying them no attention. They say, you look at them, y'all. Look at them. Got them again. Ain't too many people talking about trying to pull together and get ourselves together. Man, we got so much work, but we ain't. What the Bible say? Y'all hate the Bible. Whoever hate it, hate it. But I'm going to tell it. The work is plenty, but the labor are few. Hell, they done switched gender. Women want to be men, and men want to be women. Hey, who gonna work in the field? Not these niggas we got now. Because a while back, remember, everybody got growing some food is slavery. I mean, just for somebody to think for them to have a damn farm, they would think it's slavery. Come on. Now, I'm just saying, we got to get busy. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, Ancestor Day. That's awesome. Y'all, come on. Y'all hear that? Live and learn. Tomorrow is awesome day. The children and live and learn. Let's do this. I know y'all don't care about these words, but I do. Words is frequency. And a kid, you ever seen a little kid act up? You know what kids is, right? Little goats. Little baby goats. Oh, they so cute. They so cute. But them pale skin, the first people start calling their children kids. And in the Bible, they are labeled the kid, the goat. So let's please understand, y'all. Let's correct some things, put some things back in the right frequency here, because we need help from wherever y'all be calling from, y'all little secret, what they call it, your secret chamber. When you go in your secret place and you know that don't nobody be there but you and you. Yeah. Let's manifest the things that are necessary for us, y'all. Because right now we're in a necessary place. Everybody's waiting to see what Donald Trump gonna do for us. No, we need to be down there knocking at Donald Trump. Don't let him know. Oh, we're not them black folks you've been talking to. Huh? Yeah, baby. We are not them black folks you've been talking to. We ain't them little Negroes you've been running around here talking to either. See, but ain't nobody ready for that battle. But that's the battle we're going to have to, that's what we're going to have to do. We are going to have to stand up and be accounted for. See, right now, I was listening to some stuff today, and I'm going to talk about it soon, but I got to go ahead and do some more research because I know of this situation. But a lot of people think that they really, really matter. They just wake up, do what they do every day, go back to sleep. That's just existing. That's just existing. But what matters is when you make a difference. And you make sure you make a difference, not just in your life, not just in your little children's life or your mama, but you leaving legacy, period, for this world to be different than it is now. Because I'd be dog if I want my great-grandchildren to live like this. I do not want my grandchildren. I want them to already have all the answers because I have paved the way to show them that that I'm showing. You see what I'm saying? Because did nobody show me? I'm the matriarch. I'm the matriarch of mine. And I'm trying to do everything I can. If I don't do nothing but leave it right here, 25 years from now, they'll say, that's my granny. That's my granny right there. I didn't get to meet her. Hey, I didn't get to meet her, but she did this. That's why I do this. That's exactly why I do this, y'all. You know, I jumped up on OTK because I called my cousin Davis. You're not the only grandmother, sis. Huh? I wasn't saying I was the only grandmama. Sis. What you mean? I know I'm not. I'm talking about what I'm doing. Why I'm doing what I was doing. I wasn't talking about other grandmothers. I don't think. I hope I didn't offend nobody because that's not what I'm doing. But anyway, laughing at the country club like ha ha ha. Boots on the ground that dance. Indian radio. Indian radio. I'm up here. I'm talking about what I'm talking. I'm up here talking, sis. I ain't that right there sound like you got offended. I didn't mean to offend you right there. Because I know I talk to you all every day. So I know, but I'm talking about what I'm doing, leaving my legacy. So everybody else got to get up there and talk about what they doing, leaving their legacy. That's why I'm doing this. That's what I'm saying. Let's be clear. I'm not trying to be misunderstood. Never, ever, ever. So, but that's what I was saying. I'm doing this for my great-grandchildren because I got so many records. I got so much. I got a legacy to leave, and I'm definitely leaving it the best I can. The only way it don't be left in this device or however they plan to do this is that they shut all this shit down. You know, but I'm purposely doing books, putting stuff where they need to go because that's legacy. Because they ain't gonna tell the truth for us. That's my point. They is not gonna tell the truth for us. Oh, I know. Okay, baby, that's right. Okay, I know you better be up here now. I know you laughing now. I know you over there laughing now. Yeah, okay. I didn't want to. Yeah, okay, you know that. Much respect and love. You know it. In the radio, thanks. We don't celebrate holidays. So I told them to create our own. That's what's up. It really is. That's what's up. I love it. And I mean, what is that? It's coming in. It's different. What you call it? Spring, a little spring. Yeah, I mean, y'all, if you resonate. I mean, the more the merrier. Like I said, we have to change our dynamics by creating the things that we know they gave us, but we're gonna recreate things for us because they just took what we had in the beginning and recreated and took it and gave it to themselves, right? The majority of the things they put their own dates and names on it, but majority of the things was ours, like springtime, winter festivals and stuff, right? We had those things. So they came over here and just adopted things, and it is what it is, though, y'all. Look, so let me see where I'm at now. I want to go right here and show y'all. Let me see this one. I pulled up let me see. I pulled up interesting what is that? What you call this? That says a census. Pulled up an interesting census today. And I wanted to share it. Let's see. Can I? Okay. That's it. Let's see. All right. Can y'all see something in the chat now? So I promise you I was going to show you some. Can you see anything, you guys? Can y'all see this? This that I put up in the chat. I made it a little bigger too. I'm waiting on y'all before I say something. It's 6 of y'all up in here. I appreciate you so much for hanging out with me. Let me share. Can you see in the chats? Anybody? Can y'all see what I got up? Yeah, y'all can see it. I ain't worried. Y'all can see it. I see it myself. Okay, I see it. I can talk. I can go. Okay, I thought this was interesting. It's of Amanda Turner. But the thing of it is, I saw some of my relatives in it too. Roberts. I saw some Roberts up in here. But the main thing I wanted to point out about this census was that it is a 1870 census, and it's in Columbus, Georgia. Now, Columbus, Georgia is the place that's been in my heart all week about the fact that on Thursday, they had a native returning back to the urban community type situation. They still going on now, for as I understand. So you got a bunch of Caucasians and Asians and whatever they calling themselves coming back to where they never been. I find that to be a problem. What about you? So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. That's why I'm bringing the awareness to what I'm bringing it to. Now, this is in Columbus, Georgia in 1870. And at the time, it was called the Second Ward. And I just see right here, they look like this says the second sheet. So let me go to the first sheet. And let me see. Let me see, is it the first sheet? Second Ward, City of Columbus, 1870, first sheet. Okay, let's see what these people. Okay, so are y'all with me in here? Are y'all with me? Don't forget, American Indian Day is the fourth Friday of September in honor of the American Indian. I went back into the old book and it said that was our old day. We just never knew. Or wait a minute, I thought you said the children did it. Wait a minute, I got lost. Who did it? Can you share with me some information on that? Because I thought they'd be doing it. I need some information. What you're saying right there, please. Okay, so these people are from Georgia and Carolina on this first sheet. Okay, and all of them. I'm trying to show y'all something. I'm just looking. All of them. This look like it been changed right here. What it says white, but it looked like it was a B. Okay, white. Okay, and it says that they are from Georgia. Now, this is 1870. But that you had like 6 whites on this census. All the rest of them are black or mulatto in 1870. Now, when were we black in 1870? Anybody? When were we black in 1870? I don't think we were black in 1870. Anybody? I think I know some of these records are, I'm going to say altered or new done or something, but then at the same time, they could have been doing that because of the fact that we know what they was doing pencil-wise, right? That they was creating these records at the same time that they was destroying people, right? Do y'all agree? These are records that was created at the same time, they was creating his story, our story, and everything, right? So I think this thing, it says the racial classification in the United States were complex and often imposed by the census enumerator and the societal norms. The 1870 U.S. Census, the first conducted after the abolition of slavery. Oh, snap. There we go, y'all. There we go. There we go. Right after the Reconstruction, right after all these Germans and Russians and Jews and got here. Are y'all with me? So now we done been reconstructed. Now the census is going to make us be slaves and going to make them be the white slave owners. But prior to that, it says included racial categories such as white, black, mulatto, Chinese, and Indian. See, this is when they created the Indian. They got Chinese, they got Indian, they got black and white. Now they got mulattoes and Indians. Black was used to classify individuals of African descent. So we had plenty of African descents over there at the time, y'all, doing this reconstruction. Let's be clear. While mulatto referred to people of mixed African and European. And we know that's what they were. Right? That's what they were. Whether they're in our family or not. Because my great-grandpa then was called mulatto on those census. Okay? So that would mean them being African mixed with European, right? That's what they claim. So these classifications were part of the broader system of racial categorization. Let me get these words out of my mouth. Long, big word. That often ignored the nuance of identity and heritage. Over time, terms like black became more widely used and reclaimed as a source of pride and solidarity within African American community. Okay, so much for that. So, y'all with me? Where y'all at? Okay, you can find it inside the old collegiate rest. Okay, love, thank you. Okay, I sure will. Thank you so much. Okay, so these records, that's why I say these records was recreated, y'all. These records were created after the Civil War. After all these foreign invaders then came over, had this war, and now they're creating these censuses with black and white people. And then you get to see where they come from. So I'm going back to the second page of this. And this is when you can see over here where these people came from. Georgia. Look, there's Ireland, England, Prussia, Massachusetts, England, New York. A lot of them came from New York, of course. That's the Ellis Island, right? Y'all with me? Okay. And then when you get to looking at South Carolina people, let me see, South Carolina, Virginia, they black. Are y'all following what I'm showing you here? Yeah. When you get to South Carolina and Virginia, the people be black, or Georgia, they black. But when you look at the white people, you'll see that they from New York, or they from London, England, or Russia. Are y'all following me what I'm saying? I ain't trying to confuse you, but I'm trying to make sure we understand that what was really going on here. These Ellis Island people from New York, they ain't from New York. They came through the islands over there, 1870. And then here go one lonely North Carolina. Look, he black. And what he is? A carpenter. Okay? He's a carpenter. Now, these Caucasians, what are they? Let's see. A store, I don't know what a store manufacturer looked like. Let's see here. What is he? He's a domestic servant. That's a black man. Yeah. But then these Caucasian, like what he was, he's some kind of, it said liniment maker. I looked up, it said liniment maker, but they weren't right, I don't think. He's a clerk or collectors of clerk court. See, all the white people, they was in a different position. He's a what he is, a riverman collector. So he worked on the river. A lawyer. This other one, a lawyer. You see what I'm saying? So this was Reconstruction, y'all. This is what they were doing, reconstructing us here. Okay? So I just wanted to share that. That was down in the bottom of Georgia, in Columbus. Wanted to share y'all how they was moving us around and putting us in different places to play roles. Okay? Let me see. Who is this? Oh, wow, yeah. This is one of my 8th great-grandfather. I just found him the other day. And he was in the medical field in the, 1700s? I hope he was better. Well, I'm sure he was a better doctor than these quacks we got around here now today. What y'all think? Yeah, that would be good, baby. Yeah, that would be good, Indian Radio, to do that clip. In 1968, Governor Ronald Reagan signed a resolution calling for a holiday called American Indian Day to be held on the 4th Friday. Yeah, that's why they call it Native American Day. I think that's what that is. And you see this man right here, y'all? My 8th great-grandpa. Now, he was around in the 1700s. Now, that name Carter was not in this land prior to them bringing it to this land. Anybody agree or disagree with me in there? I'm going to show you what I'm talking about if you do. But you see them, right? Captain Thomas Carter, Sons of the American Revolution. York County, Virginia, Charles Parrish. These are the territories where they were. But he's my 8th great-grandpa. Let's see what it says. What this is. If I can read it, it's so... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay. Savannah Carter, one Negro girl named Hannah, and also to my grandson, Giles Carter, one Negro called Jack, after his father deceased. Also, I give to my son, Robert Carter, 1 shilling to be paid out of my estate. Also, I give and bequeath to my daughter, Mary, 1 feather. And no, he's, what's up, cuz? No, I don't see that word. Look like 1 feather. And furniture to the value of £5. Current money, whatever the money is. Wow. Then this is a will, y'all, I'm reading. Let's be clear. This is my 8th great-grandpa's will. Yeah, that's a will. So let me see here. We still sharing, right? Are we sharing? Did this show y'all? Y'all probably didn't even see that weird, but it's okay. I think I gotta stop sharing to share something else. Hold on. Let me go back over here. So Davis, like I said, if don't nobody send me anything, I'm just gonna send that back to you, love, because I really appreciate your love and your support. But it's evident that even the people that's running around here giving cash out just for a crazy ass show or just for somebody to act crazy and cuss and red and raise, that's what they choose to help and pay for. So you know what I'm saying? This is legacy. And I ain't never asked for nothing. I told you then, I felt shamed and embarrassed to do it because I don't want to feel like I'm begging these people for jack. But for legacy and to save a piece of land where we know everybody talking about buying some land, hell, I was willing to write people in the trust just to make sure it's good. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it don't matter. But these crackers if they gonna get it, they gonna do what they gonna do. They're gonna put a highway or something on it, when it could have been a territory, it could have been a headquarters. It was 2 acres of land, but for $800, for for 2 acres of land, shit. That's why he up there on them steps waiting on. He waiting on us not to come through with the money because that's how they get the land. So, but I appreciate you, Cuzzo, for real, for even taking the chance to, to tell me to go because I did mend fences that since December I thought, I felt some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't too big to say the truth. So I'm glad that, I cleared the air and now I can pop up on OTK because I love you guys. So it is what it is, Yeah. Okay, I forgot. Okay. I forgot, but I just, wanted to be clear that. But y'all know what? I appreciate y'all so much. So let's go. Okay, so now I got a vital record here. Like I said, I'm about reading about my family, stuff that I know happened with them. I don't know about other people's stuff because I didn't research nobody else's stuff, but I did research my stuff, right? So this right here, something about some of my family. I didn't know them. I'm not responsible, but they did what they did, right? They did what they did in this world. So let's see here. Let's see where I'm going right here. No. No. Y'all, I'm looking for something. I'm finna show you my great-granddaddy's situation that he were in. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah. Right here. Yeah, right here. Okay, let me stop sharing and come back over here and share. Okay, y'all, let me see, can y'all see this? Hey, y'all, I promise you, if you do your due diligence, yeah, you can see it. You do your due diligence, you'll find what your family really did and what these people done took over and said they did, right? Listen, this is called Oak Ridge. Now, it's called Oak Ridge, Tennessee now. But it used to be called Robertsville. My last name is Roberts. And this man right here, Collins Roberts, that's my great-grandfather. So needless to say, that school right there is named after my great-grandfather. I mean, they built this school in 1942. I wonder why they left it in his name. I'm glad they did. I mean, I guess. I don't know, but I'm just saying, y'all. Y'all with me? Can y'all hear me? Shout out to the 6 of y'all that's in here. Can y'all hear me? Y'all know I don't like talking to myself. Live and learn. Exactly, Native American. Okay. Oh, you do? You hear me there? Okay, thank you, baby. Okay, good deal. Hey, Chief. What's up, cuzzo? So, this school, y'all see those Caucasians? Yo, we talking about 1942. We're talking about 1942. In 1905, they brought in hundreds of thousands of them through Ellis Island. So this is some of them children, y'all. Some of the children, I guess, look. Okay, it says the origin of Robertsville. What is in a name? Y'all see that? What is in a name? Now, this is my great-grandfather. But I don't supposed to have nothing to say. I don't supposed to be pissed. I don't supposed to be want to save some land. I mean, for real, y'all. And don't nobody want to ride with me. Somebody else. Let's talk about our families, y'all. Let's do this real work. Because talking about what happened 50, a million, 100, about some other, it don't rock with me when I'm looking at reality right here. When I'm looking at this shit. Yeah, right. See, I know I got real Indian business to take care of. And he wasn't no Indian because he came here. But he came here and he was somebody when he got here. Because if he wasn't, he wouldn't have did the things that he had that got done. And that's what's got to be realized with our family. Somebody is lying about stuff and they're taking the credit for it. They're taking the credit. So I'm going to read this. It says, the name Robertsville can trace its roots back to Collins Roberts, an early settler of the area who obtained land grants in 1804. The community of Robertsville grew on that land, complete with a school, churches, grist mill, blacksmith shop, and a handful of stores. Robertsville grew to a modest-sized community. However, with the U.S. involvement in World War II, the upward trajectory of the community ceased with establishment of the town of Oak Ridge. I told y'all, for the Manhattan Project. That's how he lost. They say he had over 400. They got a discrepancy whether it was 400, y'all, or 4,000 acre farmland. That's what my great granddaddy was doing. He had a big farmland right here before they took it over and built this stuff that they built on. So it makes me wonder what kind of what you call that stuff, minerals was on that land for him to grow, have so many property and growing food like he had. Mega farm, right? So it says constructed in 1915, Robertsville School taught students of all grades from the surrounding area until 1942. Christmas holiday, when the land was acquired by Clinton Engineers Works and renamed as Jefferson Junior High School. Oh, they did change the name. See? In 1954, the school's namesake returned to his location, where it is known as Robertsville Middle School today. So they took it back. After several renovations over the years, the only remaining sector of the original Robertsville School is the auditorium, which served as a gymnasium in pre-Manhattan projects. The Oak Ridge Robertsville School, Waywood. The name Robertsville can trace its roots back to Collins Roberts, an early settler. I read that already. Okay. Who obtained land grant in 1804. The community Robertsville grew, complete with schools, churches, grist mill. We read that. Come on, give me more. Give me more. I want to know about the land. I want to know about the land, because if you don't tell me about the land, I got to go to my... oh, y'all, look at these pictures. Look. Oh, wow, y'all, look. I didn't even know this was here, y'all. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Y'all, look. And see, I always talk about Oak Ridge, Tennessee, the secret place where they made the bombs at, right? But this is the same land that my granddaddy owned before they made the bomb. Do y'all understand what I'm saying here? I hate to be excited right now, but I mean, what? It's the same place right here. He had it in 1804, y'all. My great-grandfather had this land in 1804, and in 1940 something they came and took it. And they did the secret city of Tennessee there. Okay? The first headquarters of Manhattan Project were in the offices of the U.S. Army Corps. Y'all know the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers did a lot of this stuff to us. Huh? Usurped all kind of stuff from us. Are y'all with me? Are y'all with me here? The Oak Ridge Castle on the hill. Look. 18th floor. They had an 18th floor skyscraper in Lower Manhattan. That's where the Manhattan Project came from. U.S. Army Corps built it. Are y'all with me? Go to another picture over here. Let's see who these is. Look, y'all. Oak Ridge, Wayside, Oak Ridge Bombers. Y'all ever heard of them? Anybody ever heard of this baseball team? Is this baseball? Yeah, it looks like baseball. They got bats. It says during World War II, one of the few organizations, look at them, y'all, or organized recreational opportunity available to African American men in Oak Ridge was baseball. In early August, my birthday, 1944, an African American baseball league was formed of 6 teams, named after Clinton Engineer Work Contracting Companies. Damn. Ron Anderson's, Stone and Webster, J.A. Jones, Ford, Bacon and Davis, Keith Williams, and Carbide and Carbon. Games was held at sites throughout Oak Ridge, including a segregated baseball diamond near the African American hutment area and an integrated diamond near much of the segregated housing at K25. Y'all know anybody in Tennessee know anything about this? I don't even know what I'm reading right now. All I know is I'm looking at some fine young brothers that they look like they might have been in their 20s. I mean, I see maybe one or two may look like they might be in their 30s, but the most of them look like they might be in their 20s. last name Capshaw. Anybody recognize anybody named James Capshaw? Never heard that name before in my life. Hey, y'all. All right, y'all. Y'all with me? Is 6 of y'all still hanging in here with me, y'all? I'm just sharing about my family and the things that were going on with things that they had something to do with. I don't know nothing about nobody else's family. Okay. Let's see what else we can show here. What is this? Oak Ridge schools built in and they will come and stay. Y'all see how big that place really is out through there? There was a secret city that nobody knowed about. I mean, the secret city of Oak Ridge, Tennessee, y'all, which happens to be Robertsville, Tennessee. Y'all go see it for yourself, y'all. I ain't gonna waste nobody's time, but I think this is very interesting to know that, you know, our families played a part in a lot of things. Okay. Let's see what else might be interesting on this page. Okay. All right, y'all. Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Robertsville. Y'all check it out on your own, okay? Let's see. Excuse me. What else I got up here? Yeah, give it a minute. Let me see where I'm going after this on this machine. Okay. I'm gonna go to a tree. I got something in my throat. Excuse me. Thank you, Indian, for the fire emojis. I appreciate it, love. Thank you. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you so much. It encourages me. I really need the encouragement because, just to be honest with you guys, to lose the land that I worked so hard for, to just always talk about legacy. Excuse me. And to lose it. Before then, I was already feeling a little like I'm, like to give up this battle, because I fight really hard, and to see some of the stuff that I saw happen this weekend, this early part of the week with these people moving in on us and nobody's even talking about that, it made me feel some kind of way. Because I figure like everything that concerns us, that's what we need to be talking about. But don't nobody really give a damn, and so, like I said, everybody's trying to find out how to buy an acre of land, but we got to learn how to value what somebody else has tried to do, because my great uncle over there, he left us 220 acres of land. And when I tell you, don't none of his great grandchildren care, don't none of his nephew, don't nobody care. It's like, I'm just trying to work and make and buy me some land. I'm like, buy you some land when I don't understand that concept. So, I've been big on this legacy and recovering and saving stuff for 36 years. But I'm about burnout, y'all. I'm honestly telling you, I'm about burnout. And I'm about tired. I'm really about tired. I really am. And I'm holding on with all I got. And so just the little fire emojis and to let me know I'm not boring you. It means the world to me, Engine. And everybody else that does, just a little encouragement. Because don't nobody know what battles other people have. And I do this for you. I don't do this for myself. I don't need to do this. I really do this to try and get information out. especially when I see controversies and I see people arguing over shit. They don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I kind of get the feeling some kind of way that it's my duty to do better, do more than what I'm doing. So there you have me there. You know what I'm saying? But boys, I could, man, it's really depressing because I don't see anybody really in the real fight. Because the real fight will be trying to talk about forming a real council to stand up against these adversities that we're going through. But I don't hear that nowhere on no panels. I don't hear it nowhere. And therefore it's kind of like where where do we really project ourselves to be? Where do we project ourselves to be in the end of this? Where? It's some round trees in Augusta. The old sheriff. I don't know. Let me see something real quick. It's some round trees in Augusta. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Let me tell you about my round trees. Oh boy, you see them right there. Wait a minute. I think I gotta share the screen again. Hold on. Let me see. I think I gotta go and share. Okay, you guys. Let's see. Round tree. Wait a minute. What did I do? List of people here, right here. Yeah. This is what I like. I like doing genealogy and stuff. Pulling names up. See, y'all drop some names in the chat. I'll pull it up and see if y'all in my tree anywhere. Let's get acquainted. Drop some names in that chat, y'all. You say keep the power coming, sister. All right, baby. Thank you so much. Much love. The last sheriff of Augusta, Georgia, was Roundtree. Sharon, what about that? You know him? Okay, y'all. Y'all should be able to see this now. These are my Roundtree relatives. It's what is it, 20 or 50? I got 50 Roundtrees, Darvis. Let me see. They probably got to be merged, but let me see. They're from Virginia, North Carolina, Ernst, North Carolina, Nasmond, Virginia, Colquitt, Georgia. They're closer to Augusta out there. Colquitt, ain't it? Sharon. Ain't Colquitt near you, Sharon? I hope she's still in here. Let's see. We got Virginia, Valdosta, Georgia. Lowndes, Georgia. That's close to Macon. I think. Cowan, North Carolina. Look, see, he's from England. 1600. Elizabeth, you see it, cuz? Elizabeth Roundtree, 1647. She's from England. And there goes somebody from Scotland. It's probably, no, it's Elizabeth from Scotland. There goes somebody, a Roundtree. Francis is from Ireland. You see them, cuz? It's 50. It's 50 Roundtrees in my tree. Hardy. Okay, Hardy's. Okay, hold on. Now I'm going to look. Are you looking at them, cuz? Look, let me see how far they go down. Okay, so I got 3 pages. Let me go to my second page. See what the date. Look, Nancy Roundtree. She died in 1939. She from Florida. Cecil in Cook, Georgia. Morgan County. I got a lot of Georgia Roundtree, but they are from Europe. I go 1598 Europe, and see Joseph never got here. You see that? This is what I'm trying to tell people. Joseph never came to America. Joseph was born in England, and Joseph died in England. So this is what I'm trying to tell people. When you got your records, you got both sides of this shit. You got both sides of your family. You ain't just got one side. So now I'm finna go to the third page and see. Okay. Look at that. Yorkshire, England, 1573. William Huntsman Roundtree. But those are not white people. That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Ain't none of these people white people. Well, no white people coming over here looking like that. No, them niggas. And I ain't saying you ain't got no white people that slid in your tree and took your name, because those names right there, them Russians and Germans didn't have names sound like that. They had Swanko. They had names you couldn't even pronounce. And that's the truth. They had those. You can see them. You can see them now. Those are the ones that came. I'm gonna have to show it to you because I got it. The Hurrites, where they at? The Hurrites. The Hurrites is all of the Caucasians. See, because right after the Black Europeans, the so-called Black France, and the so-called Black Spanish left their territory, because the Spanish was the last one to leave. That's when those Hurrites and those German, Russian Jews, that's when they start filtering into the land of Europe. They wasn't there at first. They was not there. Those people are new. They fondled in through all over there. They ate all that stuff. No, they was not there. And that's why when people say European, they get so disbogulated because they think we talking about pale skin. Not pale skin. No. I got some relatives right here that say that they rode their own boats over here. I got stories. Well, people say they came on their own accord. Ain't nobody left, But they had to be of some type of status, of course, right? Right? They had to be of some type of status. So let me see. I won't find somebody. I want to look at their records and see what they got going on. Like this one right here. This one right here say Thomas Robert Roundtree. It says he was born in 1676 in Cowan, North Carolina. And he died there. Okay, let's see what's on his records. They ain't got no tag to tie him to my tree, but he wouldn't be in here if he wasn't. I ain't put no tag on him. You see that right there? I have to put those tags. Let me see what we got on him. If we got anything on him. I'm gonna see him in the tree. So see, y'all looking at this. This is how genealogy go. Those are family members that knows records. They got all the information that I have. You see it? Y'all looking. This is how I do genealogy. And somebody might see this and say, oh, no, that's wrong. Well, this is how I got my records. So, okay. And then you look, you see his father, same person, same birthday, same death. You see his mama, same thing, right? And so you take that information because, hell, we don't know them people way back in the 1700. So see right here, he got just now, because I searched him, I ain't had nothing for him. But just now, because I searched him, I got 12 hints. Y'all see? I got 12 hints on him. Okay? So now all his hints gonna come up. And don't be surprised when you see some crackers and put their face up here, y'all. I'm telling you, don't be surprised. No. So we got a genealogy record right here. How about that? They got some write-up on him, an abstract from a conveyance. Conveyance, that's about some land or something, I think. I remember conveyance is legal. Okay? Yeah. 221 acres adjoining land of Daniel Pugh, August the 6th, 1739. Test Brown Everett Francis Branch to his friend Mary Gardner, 50 acres. 1739. Test being Talbot William. I guess these are other names or something that's involved in this. I'm going down to see where I see his name at. Where is your name at in this document? But this is some land, y'all. This is about land on that in Knoxville County, Virginia. Okay. And evidently his name is in here, or he was something that had something to do with it because it's tied to him. Okay. So this is how I do genealogy. I search out different records. And like this right here, it says North Carolina Historical Church. See, all of this stuff coming out of the North Carolina Historical and Genealogical Registry. They kept damn good records. A lot of people say they didn't. A lot of people say, oh, well, they burned the records. Do you think that they really burned all the records? They burned the records they wanted to burn, but they kept the records they wanted to keep too. Why they got all these archives? They got all these what you call them, museums and stuff. That's why they got them. That's exactly why they got them. To keep stuff like this and send it back to us. There go Roundtree right here. Eliza Roundtree right there. Thomas Roundtree right here. Let's see. Yeah. So I knew the name had to be in here for them to, for this document to be here. So, all right. Let's see what else I got over here for him. Wiltshire English Church. This must be his baptism or his marriage certificate, y'all. Oh, I forgot. I gotta see that. I gotta pay for this. I took it off. I gotta pay to go to England. I gotta pay to go to Scotland. I gotta pay to go to France. I gotta pay to get anything other than my, our stuff here. I gotta pay for that. So I had it. That's why I got a lot of my England relatives. But I took it off, So yeah. They ain't gonna let me go over there till I pay them. And you can tell because they got it, the highlight, they got it lighted out. That means you can't see it. Yeah. Okay. This is a will. See, a lot of wills is in here. A lot of people didn't even know they had a will. A lot of people didn't know it was a will. Okay, let me go back over here. So, what was that? Hinder. What was it? Hardy. Okay, so let me go over here and search for me some Hardy. Oh no, let's finish search him. Hold on. Go back. I went to the wrong place. Okay. Go right here. Hardee. I don't have any Hardy. Okay, but let me see this one. Hardy. I got plenty of Hardys. You see it? I ain't gonna say plenty, but yeah. I got 17. I have 17 Hardys in my tree. Can you see them? I have an Orally Hardy, a Hardy Cooper, a Hardy Roundtree. Look at there, Davis. There's a Hardy Roundtree. You can't see it? Wait a minute. Hold it. Y'all don't see what I'm looking at? Hold on. Let me see. I might have changed it. Hold on. Okay, I know what I gotta do. Hold on 1 second, love. I gotta go back and take it down and put it back up. Okay. I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning. Thank you for having patience with me. Okay, and says the person. Now list of people. Share. Okay, there we go. You can see it now, right? Excuse me. Y'all see it? Oh, no, that's the round tree. No, that's the wrong one. Anyway, hold on. My bad. Okay, let me go back right here. Okay, here we go, y'all. All right, here we go, y'all. Can you see it now? My bad. They said 10, 10, 10, or 10. You see Hardy right there, London? Elizabeth Hardy from London. You see it now, right? It says Hardy's, right? Okay, good. You see the first one is from London. Ooh, all of them from London. Ooh, all of them from London. Aura Lee is she was born in Ohio, but the first one, y'all see that? See, this is what I'm trying to get people to understand, and they don't want to. Do you see 1600 England? That's why I always talk about 1600. You got your English relative. 1700. You got your French relative. The 1800. You got your Spanish relative. I proved it with showing these records. But see, like right here, the 1600 folks, look at them. Where they from? England. Okay, I'm gonna show you my 1700 people. It's gonna be from them French Huguenots. Y'all see this 1612? Where is that? Westmoreland, England. The majority of these Hardys are Englishmen from the 1600s. Come on, y'all. Let's shout out to the ancestors. Their blood runs through ours right now. I ain't ashamed for nobody to grab my shit and be talking about, oh, look at her English rap. Y'all, that's my blood. Y'all don't even know how this shit got to be. How we got to be in the position we in. Everybody's just making all kind of assumptions. Well, I think this. I think, nigga, please. Show me your records. Show me what you're working with. Show me what your people. Listen. Let me just do this right here. See, because if I go to somebody over here from London, look, somebody from England who was born in England, who ain't never came over here, but they had a part over here. They had something to do with what was going on over here for them to be over here in our trees. Shout out to the ancestors, cuz. So all I'm saying, 1600, we had them Englishmen that came over and they built, they made it with us, and it was nothing like what happened when them Spanish damn Moors got here, whoever they call themselves. I consider them to be Jews, Muslims, and Christians. I don't consider them to be nothing but all three of them that was kicked out of everywhere that they couldn't go back. And they came over here in the late 1800 and wreaked havoc. Just wreaked havoc in the late 1800s. Because that's where the Union soldiers come in at. That's where that's where they brought in all these people on us. They will be Brits, so cousins from one or two sisters. Okay? Because you see, they came and married the women. The men's did, and I guess the women's who came. Okay, so let's see this right here. This is Mary Hardy. Let's see if they're gonna give me anything. I know they probably won't because she's over there, but she ended up in the United Kingdom. So let's see. I'm gonna have to buy this back because I see they done gave me. I got a lot of folks over there too. Like I said, I got my royals that was in the house of Charles. They worked, the wife was the bridesmaid, and he was a foot soldier for Charles. But he came over here with the Rhode Island and established Rhode Island with the first colonizers in the 1600s. His name is Saunders, Tobias Sanders. I'll pull it up. Okay, let me see. So we're looking at these Hardys. See here, you guys? That's her mother and her father. And that's all the information they're going to give me on her because I got to go over there to get her marriage license and all that stuff, right? Okay. But let me see here. Y'all still can see me what I'm doing. Did it take out what I'm doing, y'all? Can y'all see? Let me see. Gene, is that what's up there? Okay. Y'all see? See, I went to her, right? That's her stuff. But then when I scroll down, you see Robert Roundtree. You see Robert Roundtree right here. All of these are hints. You see? So she might have married him. I'm trying to see. She might have married him because her name popped up next to his, you see? But, okay. Now, show y'all this. Are y'all with me? I'm just showing y'all some of the stuff, how I be moving around here with these genealogies and with these ancestors. Shout out to you, especially Navarez. How you doing, sweetie? Great continuation. I don't know what we're talking about on here about what you believe, sweetie, but I understand. I don't believe nothing either. Okay, cuz I'm finna come back. I know what I gotta do. Stop sharing and reshare. Here we go. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Here we go. Like I say, I'm doing what I'm doing because this is my records, and I'm sharing my records because I'm not gonna talk about nobody else's story. They can't validate none of that shit. I ain't with it. I really ain't with it. I validate mine because I did this research 36 years ago. I've been on this long. So these are some of this is from, you see that say 8,689 people. Those are the people, how many people that I got records to in this right here now. And if you see, some of these people got names like this. Some of these people got names like that. They don't have last names. Even though she was born right here. You see, she's born in 1892. Let's see what's on her record. Let's see what's on this file. Let's see, can I read this shit? Okay. This is, Indians. Okay. That's what it says right here. Y'all see it? 12th census of the United States Indian population. Can y'all see that? Did I change it? So let's see. So see this name right here? It says Buck Green. His name Buck Green. This one right here named Mawakwa. Are y'all looking at it with me? This one right here named Lucy Lazery. Some people didn't have this one here. Now we're in, what census are we in now? I'm sorry. Let me see where we at. We're in, what kind of Indian census is this? Okay, we're in a 1900, y'all. This is a 1900 census. So people want to say, we ain't Indians and we ain't never been Indians. So y'all might ain't. And that's the part that I'm trying to get people to understand, that a lot of you ain't. So but why you want to be fighting over him with those that are? Yeah, because a lot of you ain't. Let's be clear. And that's the part that don't nobody want to admit. Everybody want to be, because they done found out they wasn't Africans, or they wasn't brought over here to say, oh, but we all the same. No, we not. We don't have the same story. We can't tell the same damn story. So, like I said, this is 1900. We're looking at names of Indians that was in 1900. Witakuqua, Witatuka. Okay, these is the, okay, Sa Ki no Kwa. Y'all looking at it with me? That's all. That's how they identify. What's this one? Kakata. Kaka. I mean, see, why foreigners couldn't speak these? Foreigners couldn't even read this shit. Let's be clear. They couldn't read these names. Okay? So, and these was, okay, hold on. Lucy was a wife, and this is William Lazery, and Lucy was his wife. They had 2 sons. What is this? Oh, and that just say Native American right there. Look, it say Indian Native American. And that's another man, a husband, and his wife. Y'all with me? Can y'all see it? Oh, hey, Alexis, how you doing? I'm sorry I was late, baby. I saw you over here earlier. Oh, Shaq up in here. Oh, hey, y'all. It's good to see y'all. I'm trying to make it make sense, because you know what I'm saying. People all over the place. I don't really like the our story term, because it should really be your story, making that a thing. Heard it first here. Thank you, darling. Yeah, I mean, hey, it really is, you know. So, okay, let me go back over here. What was that? Sharing. Yeah, y'all see that's our too, y'all. And y'all see that right there. Oh, that's the Sacs and the Fox Indian Reservation. So I do have people that is on a lot of the reservation, period. I mean, I'm sitting here right now with my great-grandmother's documentation, where my great-grandmother, my maternal great-grandfather was a Choctaw freedman. My maternal great-grandmother was a Chickasaw. My maternal great-grandfather, he was an Ekota. So I got my records to even go and want to be a part of that madness that they do. But you know, if it's about financial or legacy, I gotta do it. I gotta prepare and do the things for my family that they don't even understand yet. That's where I'm at in this walk. You understand? Because I stand on big shoulders. I got 17 generations of my ancestors, and they was chiefs. Just at the 9th generation is when I started getting names. But prior to that, they were Indian chiefs. So when I became Mama Chief, I didn't know nothing about none of that. Or when I even became Warrior Chief Warrior Talisha Noyamina, I didn't know any of this. Okay? This was a walk that I know the ancestor had to choose me for. And therefore now I stand on their shoulders, being guided by what they share with me to do. And when I tell you, I'm crying tears all the time because I feel this pain for real. This shit is real here. It's real what I feel, and it's real what I'm going through, trying to prepare and share with y'all that listen. 1600 England, 1700 France, your Huguenot family. These are your family. We got to embrace the ancestors. Everybody knows some of the ancestors, but fuck them. No, you ain't just pure Indian. Let's be clear. Indian is a word that they gave us. They created these things. We are the people, though. That's more important than to keep trying to be fighting over titles. Because y'all see these people, this is Sachs. Y'all see it for yourself. Can you see it? I'm going to make it bigger. It says Sachs and Fox Indian. This is 1900s. This is 1900 family members that is tied in my blood. And they didn't have no last name like Roberts, Jones, all these last names. I told you I got hundreds of names. Everybody named with all these. These are foreigners. Let's be clear. I mean, we ain't got to fight. We ain't got to keep fighting over this shit. We need to embrace who our blood is. Find out what your ancestors did in this land. Robertsville is my great-granddaddy's territory. I'm going to always talk that. Now I want to go see it. I want to go. I want to put my feet on the land. He grew food there. Don't you know that's some powerful stuff? So all of these things is to touch what your ancestors was on. When we get back to the land, when we get on that real land, like some of these people ain't never left. And I honor that. But some of us need to go back and touch the soil. Play in the dirt again. Get really rooted and grounded and feel like, whoa, what? Let the ancestors talk to you through the soil. I know people call themselves grinding, walking around on it. But I promise you, if it ain't your land, be careful, because they spray our land with something that they banned in Europe 25 years ago. I caught them doing it to my land out here because I live in housing. And I caught him early one morning. And I went out there and asked the guy, what was he doing? See, because we like to walk barefooted. Oh, he's spraying it. And he didn't know what it was. But I went and told him. He didn't even know it was banned. He looked like he wanted to cry. He said, oh, I'm only 21. So it was banned 4 years before he was even born. So he was really feeling some kind of way. Because his people had told him that it was good. It wasn't nothing bad with it, you see. You can't see the screen? Where we can't see the screen? Oh, it's because I did something crazy, probably like that. Okay. All right. Can you see it now, baby? It did something crazy. Can you see it now? Wait a minute. Hold up. Come back here. What in the world? Okay, hold on. Stop sharing. Just stop sharing. And I'll go back to it. Thank you for telling me, y'all. I appreciate y'all letting me know, because I don't never know what be going on except y'all tell me. Enos, baby. Great continuation. Appreciate you hanging in with me, y'all. Oh, it's 12 of y'all in here for real? My screen says 6. Is it 12 of y'all? Wow, that's awesome. Okay, let me go back to the screen. So, okay. Like I said, y'all, my whole objective is that for us to understand the colonizing time and for us to put ourselves and our ancestors to where we need to be. I mean, check. Everybody understand what I'm talking about? Okay, let's see what I want. Okay, I was right here. I'm going to go back right here right quick. Okay, that's where I was on these names with this person right here. Y'all see this? These are indigenous names of people before we got the last name. Some people didn't get them. Look, y'all, I want y'all to see these people. These are indigenous people in my tree. Look, James no car top. Look, James no car top. No car. And then they got Scott right in there. So Scottson came in on him. Okay. So going back through his tree, I will find out where the Scott came in at. Because he wasn't, his mama married a Scott. Same way with this one. Look at the name. Nancy Pimenta Macqua. Macqua. Y'all see that? Okay. So there go William Davenport. You see what I'm saying? But look at the names, y'all. They had indigenous names still. This Watatu Green. So this is 1864, but they on a reservation. You see that, right? She born on a reservation. Y'all see it, right? She's born on a reservation. Thank you, Shay. I love y'all out there. Thank you. But y'all see what I'm saying? Let me see. Let me see what this census right here gonna show us, y'all. Let's see. I just like to see some of this stuff and see. It says special inquiries relating to the Indians. So a lot of our people were reclassified into this type of life, what they call Indians. That's why when everybody argue about it, I don't understand when they want to stand on the Constitution. Because that's the only thing mentioned in the Constitution is Indians. We the people. But some kind of way, we the people and the Indian, some damn kind of way, we already know. It then got given to another people. So everything about us has been put in a bowl or a bag and just shaken up and thrown out. And it all applies to us, but another people done picked it up and said it's them. And they'll walk around with the badge of honor saying it's them every day. And the world, even some of our children will see them and say, oh, look at the Indians. I know that's what they did when they went down there Thursday over there at Columbus, and I'm mad about it because when none of us over there defending our honor, defending our ancestors, telling them, oh, no, I got blood. Put blood on the table, baby. Don't talk about the quantum. Talk about the drop. I don't need a whole tube of blood. We need just one drop. That's what y'all said. Let's do the one drop rule. See, it's time for accountability here. It's time out for us to still sit here and think that somebody's going to do something for us or they're going to recognize that they did this to us. Hell no. Not from the thing that I saw yesterday with them sitting down there in Congress telling them they made treaties with them. They didn't make treaties with us. They were supposed to, but they didn't. They made treaties with them that they are taking care of. They took the gold from our ancestors and they put them on the treaties. They took the gold from our ancestors and put us under trust, but then they made us slaves that we had to work out of the trust in order to survive. This is documented. Totally documented. Matter of fact, let's go. Let's go right here. Y'all, I'm country. Y'all know I'm country. Don't laugh. I said what I said. Don't laugh at Mama Chief. I'm country, y'all. I am. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me find what I'm looking for right here. Okay, let's go with this. Let's see if this is something else. Y'all know I be all over the place because I be trying to give y'all stuff, but y'all know I be all over the place, right? Because I got so much information, I don't be knowing where I'm going next. Right? Okay. Now, just listen to this, y'all. Y'all can Y'all can throw it away. Y'all can do whatever you want to do with it. But just listen a little bit. I'm going to read a little something. Y'all know I don't like to read. Somebody ought to come and help me. I ought to have a good reader always in the chat. I got a lot of moderators. I ought to have somebody want to read with me because y'all know I can't read that well. But I do my best, huh? I do my best. Okay. So this is something, I don't know where I got it from, y'all. You know, I be getting so much information. And I don't know where it come from. It don't have no listen. It don't have no print, no place on the bottom. It don't have no place on the top. It just be some information. And I be like, where it come from? Only thing I can say sometimes, the ancestors. For real. That's all I can say. Thank you, ancestors. I don't be knowing where it come from. Thank you so much, Engine Radio. I love you, honey. Thank you. Okay. This says trust responsibility. Chapter 4, like I said, it's look right at 125 page. I don't know where I got it from, y'all. Okay. The federal trust responsibility to American Indians. Y'all, they was talking about us then, but they're doing it to them. Just remember that. When all this was put in place, we were there. But it ended up going to another man. So, it's one of the most important as well as most misunderstood concept in federal Indian relations. Admittedly, it is a rather confusing legal concept with murky origins and inexact application. Indian opinion is clear that along with tribal government powers, a reaffirmation by Congress of the federal trust responsibility could go far in improving federal Indian relations and setting a firm course for government policy, which would give substance to self-determination for Indians. What it mean to y'all? See, they talking about them when they supposed to be talking about us. Them that can declare that they are Indians past the ninth. Look, now I was gonna say past the ninth generation, but I had to remember this lady right. They in the 1900s. They still Indians. So it's a lot of us still Indians in the 1900s that don't know it, and that's why we got people who fighting us, telling us we're something else because they don't know the extent of our history for real. They don't know. All they're going off the narrative that's been taught them through school. But we got to know our own history to counteract the naysayers who wants to say we're lying about our history. Yeah, y'all screenshot that. No, I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking to anybody who want to try to, what they call it, DOS me for my records. Baby, public records to me. I'm not hiding nothing out of this. I'm trying to expose it. I'm really trying to expose stuff. I ain't trying to hide nothing. I'm trying to expose who was doing the Indian stealing. I'm trying to expose who was taking us out of the land and bringing in them. I'm trying to expose what happened really, really, truly with who put who in place. I'm trying to expose this shit. So when anybody get ready, I got the work. I already got the research. So when anybody get ready to rock with me and let's do this shit, let's do it. Because I can't do it by myself. Too much information. I love y'all. Thank you. But listen, it says, it should be noted that many of the 11 commission task forces discussed in their report various aspects, legal analysis, and historical factors in the development of the federal trust relation. Moreover, several excellent law review articles and general essays have examined federal judicial decisions, statutory and treaty law, and the historical evaluation of the trust doctrine. At least one of these has already been published in the Congressional Committee print. Somebody look that up. about the trust doctrine that has already been published in the Congressional Committee print. Come on, y'all, let's work. And Congress previously has conducted hearings, look it up, y'all, on matters. Excuse me. This is what I'm telling y'all. They talking about them. They ain't talking about us because they discussing this. I saw them yesterday in Congress, but it ain't us. They got no 200 acres of bison and buffalo and beef on our farmland, right? You know it ain't us. We over here going to Walmart buying that sick meat. Let's go. Man, I'm telling you. And Congress previously has conducted hearings on the matter which related to directly to what the trust means and how it is and should be administered. So who finna get that trust? If you don't know how to get, who gonna get your trust? They set that up in 1933 with our ancestors over here with us, not with those Asian-added people or those people that they have put in place to be us. But they set it up with them because they didn't have no gold. They weren't over here living with us, but they giving it to them. How that make you feel? I mean, I don't like it at all. I don't know about you. So what follows is a brief discussion of these elements of the law and history, which are most relevant as background for the recommendation. So either you're going to be the Indian not tax, or you're going to be Negro with no value. It's just simple as that. Negro with no value or Indian not taxed. And learn what these people are taking from us and go and be able to stand and say, oh, you said historical? Oh, well, this is my history right here. Where theirs? See, this is what I'm talking about. Put it on the table. Y'all ain't gonna keep standing in my face telling me you me, and I'm standing here with all these records and you can't match them. Record for record, blood for blood. Let's go. I mean, it is time now. I don't know about nobody else, but it's time now for us to take note to what's really going on in the midst of us. We're going to keep sitting here talking about, oh, look what they're doing now. Oh, look what they're doing now. The hell? Hey, Dre. Shout out to Dre Cobb. How you doing, love? Thank you so much for saying hi to me. Well, y'all, but you understand where I'm going, y'all. This is our fight. We ain't even in it. We ain't even in this fight, y'all. They don't even know you exist. When they talk about native, they really know that you don't know how to fight. Everybody be talking about they fighting and debate. They just don't know how to fight. Because they know how to fight, they'd be out here in these streets. For real, talking about boots on the ground. See, because that's where the battle is. The battle ain't on this internet. The battle is on the ground. I am facing these people everywhere you go. Oh, I'm the Indian. When a Pescan tell me, oh, my grandma was Cherokee, I say $5. Real quick. I say $5, then I tell them how to find it. I show them where it's at, so they'll know how they got to be on an Indian looking like that. So these are the things that, this is work. These are things we have to do. We have to do these things in order to correct these lies that's been told. And if we don't see ourselves doing them, guess what? We losing. And we done already lost. Might as well stop hollering that shit. Might as well just leave it alone. Might as well just go and die being a nigga. Just stop playing with it. Because if you ain't going to back it up for real, don't stop talking about the ancestors like that. Because it's a desecration if you ain't going to fight for real. Because they wasn't weak. And they didn't stop fighting for their shit. They just got overtaken by their own people selling them out. Oh, and I got documents to talk about that too. I got Indian documents to talk about how one Indian went and, because he wanted some trinkets. He literally wanted trinkets. So this is what I'm saying, y'all. We have a responsibility to our ancestors. standing on them shoulders, crying them tears, feeling that pain. We have got to fix this. Ain't no Jesus coming by and by. Ain't no Savior coming. We got to save ourselves. Because we know the truth now. And either we're going to stand on the truth or we're going to keep on letting the lies silence us. Because that's what I feel like a lot. I feel like a lot of people just don't let the lies silence them. Because a lot of people, when they even open up their mouth, they'll say, well, they say we had Indian in us, but they still ain't proved it. They have no proof that they have any type of Indian in them. But when I say, I know that my folks was Indians prior to colonization. That's why I say I go back to 1424. Because in 1424, all the way down to 1600, when they first came here, they was living Indian lifestyle. 1600, when the English came, that's when they became living like whatever that was. 1700, when the Huguenots and the French came, that's when they lived like that. And we have a conglomerate of how we've meshed and lived with different people. I mean, it's evidence. It's evidence, y'all, that these people came and they made it with us. We had babies with them. They had babies with us. And we now, since 1600, all of us, let's be clear. Come on, y'all. Anybody with a last name, let's be clear. That last name came here. It's not from here. But then we might get somebody to say, oh, yes, it is, because this was Egypt, or this was, you know what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff. I understand. I don't hold to that premise. But what I do hold to is the fact that your record speaks for itself. If you don't have records, it's because I'm going to say this too. Like I said, y'all, I started this shit 36 years ago. So my records go back a long ways. College Roberts, he was one of the first. He was one of the first one. You know, I got my paperwork to show how old that is. But I just now this week realized that Robertsville was my great granddaddy's land prior to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. That's big. That's big. That's big to me, and it's big, period, to know that that is a truth. You know what I'm saying? That's big. So I'm really excited that we as a people need to just find out, like I said, who we are so that we can obtain the things we need to obtain. Y'all know I got plenty of records of land patents, you know, and the thing about my mama's land is that 29 years ago, we didn't know nothing about Indian mound. Like I said, I've been doing genealogy, but it wasn't about finding Indians. It was just about finding, you know, who you is, period, right? So, but 29 years ago, Mama bought this Indian mound land. And she had started a foundation on it. And it's not but two acres. But with me being about legacy and me being about preparing and leaving and, you know, securing, at first I was going to say, I just found out about it, so it made it be too much pressure. When, you know, I was like, well, I don't have it, and so I don't know, you know, but it's like losing it is the worst thing for me. Saving it, to me, would be legacy for, you know, just to say, well, it was part of us, period. It's like the land is calling me, you know, it's calling us to do this back then, you know. So at this junction, you know, it's just like, all the land pads I got thousands of acres of land pad. Y'all, I say I got thousands of acres of land pads that I have recovered within my family tree. Because all of those people who came here 16, 17, 1800, they was getting land grants. Let's be clear. This wasn't being given to Indians. Y'all following me? These land patents wasn't given to Indians. Every last one of these men in my family and women who got land patent got last names. So let's be clear. And the timing and what was being going on in the timing for them to receive these land patents. But nevertheless, it's family legacy, right? Nevertheless, it is family legacy. It don't have to be Indian. It don't have to, you see what I'm saying, y'all? We are still the people. But the confusion comes at, to me, is people who don't know their lineage. People don't know that, oh yeah, I got that English in me. They ain't been holding it. They ain't embracing it. They trying to apply that over to being, no. Your people might ain't never been called an Indian. Probably ain't never been an Indian. So, I mean, I listen to some people say, I can't go back no further than 1800. That's a big clue. Those are clues. So it shouldn't make you feel bad. It should make you embrace those ancestors that you did find. What's up, Shay Son? How you doing, love? Well, you know I ain't gonna lie over here, Shay. Shay Son, you know I ain't gonna lie over here. I got records, I got my documentation. You know I ain't gonna lie. And I ain't ashamed, I ain't afraid of y'all doxing me or showing what I'm showing. Because, hey, it is what it is. Somebody got to know the truth. And I'm about that life for real, you know. But yeah. So, as I was saying about this trust, welcome, Shay Son, too. Because you know I'm about this life. You know I ain't here to play with that. And I appreciate you dropping in on me. For sure. Because I know what you be doing. You know I do. Okay? All right. Okay, so the trust relationship, the relationship of the United States to Indians is perhaps unlike that of any other two people in existence. Okay? This statement was made by the Supreme Court almost 150 years ago. Was not talking about them. Let's be clear. 150 years ago? Are you kidding me? Come on, y'all with me? Couldn't have been talking about them 150 years ago. Come on. They get stuck in 1800 because they have to use old maps when doing genealogy because their records may be in totally different state. A lot of the states we know today. No, honey. When you got genealogy, you can go all over the world and with your records. So you have to pay for it. The old maps don't even matter. I'm talking about real people who can't go back because they're Germans, Russians, or Jews. I ain't talking about people who can't go back because they ain't found no records. If they can, because they're there. They're there. Extensive records was taken. Anybody, some people can't find because they don't know how. Some people ain't never, you know what I'm saying? But I find people records that tell me that they done paid somebody else to find their record and they didn't find it, but I found it. So, yeah. I found a lot of records for people who say that they paid somebody and they couldn't find their records. Yeah. So, okay, back to this. So, the 150 years ago, right? And while there have been great changes in that relationship, that had nothing. See, the great changes in the relationship was our reclassification, was us being taken out of being the indigenous aboriginals, being placed as being who they call an Indian. See, because all that was created. We must understand. Just like mulatto. But all of those are Spanish connotations and stuff, right? Okay, so it says in the relationship since that time, it is still marked by peculiar and cardinal distinction, which exists nowhere else. So we talking about us, y'all. Don't get this twisted. Gain your power, because 150 years ago, it was none of them here talking about they are native now and they are us. They never lived in the urban communities that what we find ourselves at today. But right now they are working up and they're fixing up plans to come back in your community where you're at. And you're going to be seeing them. So what are we going to do? Are we going to stand up and let them know, no, we're not having you in our community because you never was here? Or are we going to just let them do it because it's the government? Yo, what are we going to do? That's where I'm at. When are we going to stand on our foundation? Because right now, we're letting people do us any kind of way. They're doing us any kind of way. And I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Like I said, counsel. We need a council. What the hell? We can meet up on internet and beat each other up, but we can't get together to go and beat up these people who's standing on our soil talking about they us. I mean, an imposter in my face, and I'm looking at him and I know you ain't me, but I'm gonna let you stand here in front of me and say you me? I don't think so, y'all. I just don't think so. So right now, I'm just saying we got work to do. We need to be creating avenues to do the things we need to do. Okay. Financial literacy. That's what trust come in at. We need financial literacy. We need to understand how money. Hold on, y'all, for a second. Sorry about that, you guys. We're still trying to come up with this money for this to try and see if I can go and get this land money. My elder was calling me because I got some coins over here. I got some coins that actually I bought them years ago. They're the gold coins of that old doggone man. What's his name? The one that Andrew Jackson? Yeah, the gold coins of Andrew Jackson and Grover. Is it Grover Cleveland? Yeah. So he was calling me to tell me he got an online coin place that might buy him. So I'm gonna try that too, y'all. I'll do what I can. Do what I can. But let me see. 12 of y'all are in here. Shout out to y'all. Engine Radio. Shout out to you. Say son. Who else up in here with me? Drake Cos. Shout out to Drake. Enos. Shaq Whaler came up in here with me. Sharon, I know Sharon up in here. She probably left. She got tired of me. Davis, thank you for hanging out with me, cuz. Who else came up in here? Alexis Beach came up in here. Especially Navarez came. Yep. Akamat. What's up, love? I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. I ain't through yet, though, y'all. I'm going to be here for a minute. I'm going to find me something to eat in a little while. But, hey, I got something to talk about today, y'all. I hope y'all hang out with me. Yeah. Okay, so back to this here. I need to, I don't know what this is, y'all. I ain't never read it, but I can deal with it, okay? Let's see. The trust relationship between us and the United States. But right now, I saw some people sitting up there yesterday, and they didn't look nothing like us, and they wasn't over here 150 years ago like that. So, who is supposed to have this trust? Because it's all based on gold, and the gold standard that we was under in 1933, when they took our gold and put us under trust. Well, none of them here, y'all, like that. Because they couldn't have did it because they wasn't the original people to the land in the first place, right? So, it says here that U.S. Congress American Indian Policy Review. This is in very little writing at the bottom of this page, y'all. I want to read it because I want to see what it say. How about that? It says American Indian Policy Review Commission. Final report of the Task Force 1. Trust responsibilities and the federal Indian relationship, including treaty review section 7. Y'all, I told y'all better grab a pen and paper and write some of this stuff down. Find out how does it apply. Come on. We got work to do. People ain't got time to be sitting here laying on the internet just listening. When you hear something, you better listen. Like they say, hear something, see something, say something. Listen. We got work to do. I can't do it by myself. So I'm throwing out hints. I'm doing this to throw out hints, throw out something that we can get, and we can, you know what I'm saying, y'all? We got to do this. Ain't nobody else going to do this. They hoping you don't get it. They sitting there watching every time somebody pick up get on the channel and they do what they do. They happy. They don't see nobody really progressing. Hell, I see 11 people on my channel right now. That's progressing to me. But we got to apply what we are doing, y'all. And right now, it's about creating a council. And I'm going to keep saying it. Creating a council so that we can stand up for ourselves. This says 150 years ago, this was about us. How are we going to let another people get paid $5 to go over there and take our place because we was over here in the urban community? Christopher Krill, hey, love, great continuation. Okay, peace and salute, Mama Chief. Have you looked at the individual Indian money accounts with the Bureau of Trust Funds Management in the Bureau of Indian Affairs? That is where some of, yes, absolutely, Chris. I know exactly what you're talking about. And this is what I'm trying to tell them. That's our funds. It's not theirs. Those funds belong to us. And that's why a lot of Moors end up doing that. The stuff where they got people scared to do it, and it ain't nothing but trust law. But it's what this government was set up under. They took away the common law. Now we are on the maritime law of the sea. That's why when you was born, you was birthed, B-E-R-T-H. You wasn't B-I-R-T-H. That's why you had a doctor, that doc. All of these things is stuff that these people created to put us in a trap. And the only way we're going to get out of these traps is for us to be involved and to do something about your situation. Some people still to this day ain't never, ever went and got that SF-181 form and filled it out because they scared as hell. I'm just saying. Some people scared of the IRS and the government. Some people are just scared. I'm sitting over here now. I ain't paid my internet in 6 months almost. I know I done did something. Because if I hadn't did what I know I done did, they would have cut that shit off. Time I ain't sent them my money. They might cut it out now. I don't care. And they know I don't. And that's why it's still on. They know every time they send you a bill, it's not a bill. It's the amount of your credit they done already used off of your trust. And I'm telling you something to look up. Research what I'm saying. Don't take my word. But that's why we're in the position we're in now. Because people just laying back listening. And ain't nobody applying nothing that they hear. They just listen to a good damn show. I don't want a good show. I want some good damn people that's ready to rock and roll. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground, damn it. I ain't playing. I ain't come here to play. My life is at stake right here. And I'm fighting this battle by myself. My children, I'm trying to do this so I can show them. We're better than what they say we are. We got more than what they say we got. We can do better than what we're damn doing. I always talk about my elder who just got off the phone calling me. Yeah, we working by ourselves, but we still working. We ain't never stopped. 16 years in here working. That man grow food every year. Every year he grow food. But the disappointing part is the fact that people don't want to go to the country to get the food. They'd rather go to Walmart. Because it's convenient. We got to save ourselves, y'all. We got to. And ain't nobody else going to do it but you. And that's all I'm saying. So you got to save yourself. And just living every day, just going to bed, waking up, doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over. Yep. That's going to get a lot done, ain't it? Okay. So, go back over here. Final report of the Task Force 2, Tribal Government. Final report of the Task Force 3, Federal Administration. And structure of Indian Affairs. See, Indian Affairs had nothing to do with us. We need our own Indian Affairs. We need our own Indian Affairs. Because we're going to let them take everything that was put upon us. That's why we're Indian. That's why we're not Indian, not tax. Because they are the real Indians. Y'all, come on. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Okay. Tribal sovereignty and Indian citizenship. Indian tribes are not parties of the United States Constitution. Y'all hear that? Or explicitly institutionalized as part of the federal system of governmental powers. Yet, similar to the states, tribes do retain that degree of governmental authority. Wait a minute, hold on. Hey, y'all with me? Thank y'all for hanging in here with me. Okay, hold on for a second. What did I say? Tribal sovereignty and Indian citizenship. Y'all, listen, what is this saying? Indian tribes are not parties to the United States Constitution or explicitly institutionalized as part of the federal system of government powers. Y'all get that? Then how is Indian not taxed in the Constitution? I'm trying to, y'all, somebody got to help me think now. Y'all know good and well I'm Hey, y'all, did y'all hear something different than I heard? You heard that, Enoch? Can I read it again? Y'all help me out with that, okay? It says, Indian tribes are not parties to the U.S. Constitution or explicitly institutionalized as part of the federal system of governmental power. Yet, Similar to states, tribes do retain that degree of governmental sovereignty, which they have not relinquished to the United States government. See, y'all hear mixed words in here, right? You hear them talking about them, but they talking about us. Did y'all hear that? They say, similar to the states, tribes do retain that degree of governmental sovereignty, which they have not relinquished. So what tribes are they talking about? Because we ain't relinquished nothing to them. Right? We didn't release our sovereignty to them. Because we stayed right here on this side of the Mississippi. Okay? So, my establishment right here, what I'm reading out of this document is about the fact that we have a trust. And somebody else is being an imposter, and they're getting what we're supposed to be getting. Is that safe to say? Do y'all agree? Those $5 Indians, they're getting way more than what they money bought. Because they only paid $5. And now they get your whole genealogy. They get your whole ancestral realm. Everything your ancestors did, they get to say they did it. Let's go, y'all. I mean, this is the position we're in. So what do? You're going to roll over? Like, for instance, like Benny Siegel, that movie he made that time. I love that movie. I love the little parts about the fact that, are you going to lay down or are you going to get down? Because are you state property or do you belong to yourself? No, it's because of it's because of the fact of what we know about the Moors. It ain't the fact that if they was to come with the concept and keep the Moors out of it, because we know the Moors came in last. See, you know you want to get me there. I love you, but I'm just gonna tell you this: the Moors is the last colonization. The Spanish ones, the Moors, they're the last one that came upon us. They the one that did the bulk of this bullshit to us. So that's why we don't want to hear them tell us nothing about food, shelter, clothes, or nothing. Not me. You know what I'm saying? Because I know they the one that took my food, shelter, and clothing and shit. I know they the one that helped these people because the Moors claim they the one brought them out to Cade in the first place. So everybody want to know where they come from. But the Moors know. The Moors made the mulattoes with them. So it's like, I accept the Moors for what they did. But that's the thing. The Moors got to accept their damn self for what they did. And accept and take the blame for what happened. That's the real truth. They got to accept what they did and stop acting like they the gods of the world. Because ain't nobody never liked them. Ain't nobody never liked the Jews. They always got kicked out because of their nature. Right? I know, but they ain't Indians. They Moors. They Spanish Moors, and they came late. So they can't stand on Indian tax code. That's what the folly is. That's why it's bad for them to do that, because they got here late, 1800. They can't stand on no Indian tax. But they created all this stuff, right? So that's what I'm saying. They created all of this folly, which we find ourselves in today, so they say. They said. Oh, I got to mention the Moors daughters. I got a census during the time that they were setting up the Union soldier, when they was bringing in all of those Australians, Germans, and Jews to create the Union soldier to come against the Confederate down south. Yeah, I got a census. It's over in Louisiana or Texas, and it's got Real Moors on it. I'm talking about they name Moor, Moor. Yeah, I put that up the other day. What you say, Engine? Listen, the Spanish Moors only came in the 1800s. That was their colonization, cuz, right? They wasn't here prior to 1800, cuz. Truth said, sis, I be trying to tell these niggas Moors were colonized. Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. Yeah, it's a lot of niggas in here that's colonizers. That's why they can't talk. That's why they can't talk this truth. That's why they keep doing that, because they're colonizers. Colonized North Africa, that my flag is a royal Muslim. Yeah. Salute, Anand. How you doing? Great continuation. Power to the people. Absolutely. They were all of that. You know, that's what I'm saying. But the thing of it is we got a problem because we still got people in the midst of us that don't want to tell the truth. And so, you know, I got documentation of these conversations. And I love to have that bill, but I will not debate and I will not be arguing over information. But one thing, truth is truth. And it don't make sense to keep repeating lies and keep throwing people off with, you know, bullshit. Because the truth is the truth. And everybody should have their own truth. If you ain't got your truth and you still walk around here listening to a lot of this craziness, I don't understand. But everybody, I swear, whatever you do, embrace your bloodline. That's all I'm saying here. Embrace your bloodline. But Davis, I'm gonna say this to you right now, because you know I love you, because you keep putting stuff in my chat because you're trying to trigger me, and I'm gonna ask you not to, because I don't want to do that, cuz. So don't trigger me right now, because you know I have a real thing about Moors, because I've done a lot of research on them. And I could pull out a book right now, just make all the Moors be shamed. It should. But they probably still say, oh, that ain't right. That ain't true. That ain't right. That ain't true. They probably be doing some shit like that. But I could pull out Noble Drew Ali's handbook, because it ain't nothing but a few little pieces of paper that all these Moors learned from. They ain't got no real thick book like a Bible or nothing. And they ain't never heard Noble Drew Ali speak a word. Never in their life ever heard that man talk. But they will always say, Noble Drew Ali taught me. Noble Drew Ali teach us. Noble Drew Ali, you know, they always do that. And to me, that's mentality right there. That's a problem. Because that man ain't never taught you jack. So I'm just saying, the truth is the truth. Nobody was calling themselves Moors around here until Noble Drew Ali did it. We was not calling ourselves Moors. And I'm going to go ahead and shout this out right here too, because I got a cousin. See, I mean, I had relatives. I have enough relatives that they were doing a lot of shit. Let's just say that. Let's see what Chris told me first. Teaching time is past. It's time to assemble the Aboriginal American Indian diplomats to their royal courts, and all others will need to seek admission to your court through diplomatics. No more. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's time for us to do better, y'all, for real, true. No, listen. Okay. Calm TV. Yeah, Calm TV be doing some good stuff on the Moors and Muslims too. Mad at me. Other day he got mad at me because I told him that in his chat I'm like, bro, y'all ripping the Muslim. Well, see, you don't know what he is. Well, you know, him and what's the name over there? They be doing the Moors teaching all the time. I mean, listen. Like I said, whatever you identify with, that's not my problem. I'm not. Oh yeah, you didn't know that? Him and the Minister of Information, straight up Moors, all day long. But the thing of it is, I gotta say, Mama Chief, Davis did tell the truth about the Moors earlier today, that they're the ones who brought the slaves over here. Correct me if I'm wrong, Davis. Well, see, it wasn't even just about that. See, you got to look at what was going on around here too. When you look at how they pegged, hey, True Lady, how you doing, darling? How do I DM you, sweetie? I don't know. How do I DM you? I appreciate you, True. I don't even know how to DM. How do you DM somebody? I don't know how to do it, y'all. But on IG, okay, is that the same name right there, Truth Lady? Go to Truth Lady IG. I will, sweetie, because I felt like I see that you wanted to support me, and I appreciate that, Truth Lady. Thank you so much. So, but you're a Muslim too, aren't you, Truth Lady? Don't I remember you being a Muslim over on Philly, OG Philly? Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Much respect. Detroit. Ooh, let me write that down, girl. Okay. After I get off this live, I'm gonna do it, sis. And I appreciate you for your love and your support. Okay. But and much respect to you and your Muslim religion, Truth Lady. No disrespect to you by talking about the Moors, because I don't consider you a Moor. I consider you Muslim. Is that correct? Did I say it properly and correct? Because I'm not here to disrespect no one for their beliefs and their walk in life. Because we all better have one. Thank you, sweetie. Much respect to you and honor to you and what you hold to dear. Because we better hold on to something. I mean, I'm not here to we better hold on to some. I swear we better. So I did say that, and I stand on that. We did some good things, and we did some, yeah. But see, the thing of it is that, like I said, keeping in perspective, because I'm about timeline. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All of us, whatever, and it's more race than Muslim, Christian, and Jews. There's more of us than that. Those are just religions. But people, nations, and tribes, that's what we got to love one another. Not about the religion. But the Muslim, the Moors, not the Muslims, see, because I don't consider them, see, because like Davis, he's a Moor, but he's a Hebrew Israelite. And see, I know for a fact that Ammon and Moab could not even be a Hebrew Israelite, though they came from Ruth. Ruth was a Moabite, so they was Moabite. They was nothing. See, Lot came from Abraham. He was a Hebrew, but he had separated himself from his tribe. He had separated himself from the goodness of life. So he went to live in the gutter. That's what Lot did. So Lot ended up sleeping with his own daughters, making Moab, making them Moors, making Ammon and Moab. But the real trick about that is that I'm just going somewhere now because y'all got me going, because of the fact that when they look, they're using these scriptures. They still use the scriptures every time they say they are Moabite. They are still using scripture. Be safe out there on the street, my love. Be safe. They're still using these connotations, but they'll say they're Moors. But they're using the Bible in order to get there. Lot was a Hebrew, and his children was incest, and that's why these Moorish people have had such a one of those type lifestyle because of what they come from. Both of those sisters molested their father while he was drunk. Let's be clear. They cooked up a plan to have these ancestral children to roam the earth that the Most High end up putting a curse on. See, I'm using the Bible because they're using the Bible, y'all. Excuse me. Don't get mad at me because I'm using the Bible. But I'm just telling the truth for what I know, because I was an evangelist for 25 years. And then I taught ancient Hebrew for about 7. And so the word Hebrew ain't even real. That's why when people say they're Hebrew Israelite, I just laugh at that too, because they don't even know the ancient words. See, so a lot of stuff people are just spurring out their mouth and they don't even know what it means, because Hebrew is not a bloodline. And Israelite definitely ain't a real one. It's Yashar. It's Yashar. Hebrew is Abraya. See, they're speaking Yiddish, especially when they say Yisrael. That's Yiddish. So now, since the church done filed up, and we got, like I said, 20 something. Well, no. 16 years ago, I was a Hebrew Israelite too. I wasn't Abraya. I was Abraya. Okay. So Sabbath, did all that. But the thing of it is that now, all of a sudden, most of the people, they done came to the understanding, oh, this is the land and we the children. So now everybody, they ain't the diaspora no more. They not the one that, now we are the true children of the most, we the Hebrew Israelite. There's a lot of people on that now. But they weren't on that 16, 20 years ago. It's a lot of traits in there. It's a lot of traits in that realm. Okay, but now anybody who done read the Bible now, we're just gonna go here for sake, for just for word's sake, because of the word and because of people using this Bible to substantiate their lineage. Okay, I talked to some people today. I ain't gonna call no name, but this man says that he is of the bloodline of David, the true heir of the throne, the true son of the living man, or whatever, and all that kind of stuff, right? Listen, it's because of the fact that one of those religions look like somebody gotta be in it. But when you know that the Most High said that people lost their essence, and the reason they lost it was because of them being the wickedest people upon the face of the earth. Now, when it says lost their essence, the world, the church taught it to us, oh, it was leprosy and it was sores. But that's nowhere in the Bible. That is nowhere in the Bible about no sores. It says that their hair turn yellow and their skin turn white. That sound like blonde hair. Something to me. But there's nowhere in there to say nothing about sores and this and the other. But it does tell you why it happened. And so with the story of Yakub and everybody always doing all that Yakub stuff and the big head scientists and all that, it wasn't no big head scientists when Miriam turned white for the whole 7 days and they could not leave the camp. There was no, you see what I'm saying? When Moses put his hand in the coat in front of Pharaoh and it turned white, it wasn't none of that. Everybody there in that land had the same melanin. And see, this is where the story gets ugly because they want to sit there and try to do some more stupid stuff. But everybody had melanin. But Gehazi, when Ezekiel told him to go and tell Naaman to dip in the river 7 times and he'd be clean of his leprosy, he told him, he said, don't take nothing from him. Don't take no gift for nothing. Just go deliver that message and bring your butt back. No, Gehazi took something. He thought that the prophet would not know. He thought that he could get away with it. I'm telling you a story from the Bible to talk about how these people came to be, what they came to be, and how they became. Okay? It says that Gehazi comes back, skipping back to Ezekiel, like he ain't did nothing wrong. And see, this is how we is a lot of time. We don't know that our sin will find us out. We don't know that we still is a people that is still governed by our power, because we done been so deluded into this worldly thing that we don't understand that the Most High is still the Most High. However, but then when we say Most High, sometimes we don't realize that the Satan said, yeah, I'm going to ascend myself above the Most High. Come on, y'all. So when I say that this wickedness, it says that these people lost their essence because of the wickedness of their sin. And then they was pushed to the north. Say they flipped the map on us and told us the north was up top, north down there in them caves where they was. See, we know that now, right? Come on, y'all. Y'all with me? We know that, right? So they was pent down in them caves that the Moors claimed they went and got. They claim that the Great Wall of China was built by everybody in the world. They claim that we left here, we left there, we left everywhere, and everybody went there. Come on, Davis, is that right? Am I doing it right? And everybody went there to build a Great Wall of China. And the Moors were supposed to have the key. They had the key. That's why they said they did it all. They did a lot. They did a lot over there. over there. But they were supposed to have been keeping them pent up, so they say. This is a story that I've gotten all my life. Anybody else have gotten it? Y'all tell me. And so they say that they are the ones that started getting the women's out, sleeping with them. That's why they love them now today. Y'all know it. And after letting out so many women, they had to start letting out daddies, brothers, sisters, cousins. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it makes sense to me, because them, if y'all want to take the blame, you got to take the blame for this shit. I mean, somebody got to take the blame. Yeah, they tag teaming the robbers, and they know what it's all about. But that's what I'm saying. They got so many stories, but then the stories don't add up. Let's add these stories up. Yeah, they love bad kids, but see, this is the thing, though. That's how the mulattoes was created. See, with them and them. Because wasn't nobody touching them but them. And then when you think about this right here, see, I don't, like I said, anybody read the Bible, y'all, we got to understand. Because we're in the time where we need to understand all things. See, they want us to throw shit out because we didn't understand it, because it was given to us wrong. But we need to go back and revisit a lot of things. Say, do your first work over and find out where we at. Because a lot of lies has been told. Because when you think about the evil, the wickedest people upon the face of the earth, and we think about what we've been going through with these people, our children, adrenochrome, all kinds of things that we've suffered under the auspices of the people that the Moors say they brought over here. Because the Moors do say that too, right? They do say they brought them over here because it was too many of us and we wouldn't leave. That's the first story I heard. I don't know whether y'all heard that one or not, but I heard that story. Because we wasn't leaving. There was so many of us. So they brought them over here to get rid of us. But then they end up and turned on them. Because all of us the same to them. Right? Right? They all the same. They think we all the same. They said we all look alike. So in their eyesight, when they saw all us, hell, they hate us. It is what it is. We made them people, but we made a lot of them here, and y'all were the mothers of the no. See that right there, cuz. Those you saw all those English women that I showed you on the Roundtree family. I showed you all those English people, right? Those was your people who y'all was mating with them. Because see, y'all was over there, we was still over here. And that's what got to be understood. People are still trying to mingle us together. And they are Africans. Moors are straight Africans. They're the Negroes. They're the Negroes. Y'all need me to read y'all their Zodiac Constitution, how they set up everything, how they set up the courts, how they set all this stuff up. Do we need to go into their Zodiac Constitution? They want Brad and Becky. Cause Brad and Becky takes them back to the times of Moab. Okay. I mean, and it's obvious that we still see the trait. We see the trait, and we, and like he just said right there, that's a powerful statement. That's a powerful statement. It is what it is, and see, this is why, though Davis is my cousin, but this is why we have to be very, very clear. Who is who? Okay? We got English cousins. We got French cousins. And we got them damn dirty Moors Spanish cousins. We got them. But just because they know that they slept with them and made them babies, don't put that on all of us. See, because some of our relatives would never touch them with a 10-foot pole. Some of our relatives right now today won't. I know I'm one. I mean, because of the fact that I cater to my people who look like me. What you say men can't have? What you saying men can't have? I show women's too. What do you mean? Remember I showed women's too? What are you saying? I ain't show no women? I did show my family, but I showed women and men. Right, cuz? Hey, I don't dislike you because you are Moor. You my cousin, you blood. I love you. But that's your religion. That's the thing. Because there was no such thing as a Moor. There were Moabites. A Moabite. Not a Moor, but a Moabite. Because that's what Ruth was, a Moabitess. So that's what I'm saying. People use words and they misconstrue the words to the words don't mean the same thing. Because a Moabite is not a Moor. That's why when you look at Moor, it'll say something about water or traveling, something like that. But with Noble Drew Ali, he, this the 101s, what is the 101s, the 102s, and the adept level? Is that that's y'all literature, right? Anybody know this the literature? Is this or is it some more? Do they have any more books besides the 101, the 102s, and the at that level? Anybody? Because I'll begin to read some of this here. What? 101, the Moorish American Prayer, the Quran Questions for Moorish Children. This is their book. And it is so funny because it asks you about some stuff that you be tripping on. Y'all want to hear some of it? I read some of it. Y'all know I love to read crazy stuff. y'all let me know. But nevertheless, we got to know who our enemies is. Okay, and that's the only thing I'm saying. We got to know who our enemies is. And the Moors ain't always been like this. I don't know. But all of this stuff that's going on now, trying to impose and be, it's a problem to me because I don't have any. I was going to say I don't have any Moors in my tree, but I do. And I'm gonna go ahead and make it perfectly clear right now because he's supposed to be a boss man up in there. But I know a lot of Moors didn't like him. But I know the ones that know him, they said he was the boss. But let me see what he said. No, Ali did not start the Moors. He just said we're Moors. Oh, so who started it in Darvis? Give me some information. My bad. He's looking for lost siblings. No, they traveling east, baby. They traveling east. That's over here, right? They always say, "Where you traveling, good buddy?" Oh, I'm traveling east on the hot burning sands. So, Davis, who did it then if Noble didn't do it? Because I know Farrakhan ain't never been a Moor. He always just been a Muslim. They let in their religion trump their lineage, exactly what the colonizers planned. That is the truth, too, because that would not be, that's not lineage. That's why I say you'd be more of a Spanish than you would a damn Moor. You know what I'm saying? You would be more of a Spanish than you would a Moor. No, this is East Davis. You know they flipped the map. This is East Davis. Yeah, we know what they said, but this is East Davis. Yeah, this is East Davis. He was what? What would you say? Yes, he was too. What he was too. What he was too. Davis, you know I ain't trying to argue with you. I love you. Stop trying to defend that madness. I mean, y'all know about the Zodiac Constitution, right? How they set up the myth of white supremacy and all that, right? How this is in their document. So what was it before it was Spanish then, Dollars? 1800 is new too. 1800 is new too, right? It is. Y'all, okay, Dollars, what about the fact, I'm going to ask you one question. What about the fact that the Moors said that they was traveling for 1,196 years looking for us? You know anything about that one? But I ain't going to go in on the Moors too much. Because I love my cousin. I don't want him to be For real, for real. he just listen, y'all. Y'all know what that is, don't you? We all know what that is. It's learning. That's learning. Because I know my daughter said that to me one day. She told me, well, you used to be a Christian and then you was a Hebrew. So what now you're an Indian. So what you gonna be? Yeah, that's how people feel about us. They feel that way about us, y'all. What you want me to put in content, cuz? This is everything. Okay, but yeah, hey y'all, we have a lot to do. And being a Moor or Indian, it really doesn't matter when you're embracing your blood. This is what I'm saying. Like I said, we was talking about the Indian not tax making that a thing, but hell, everybody that calling themselves Indian is taxed. So how does that work? How does that really work for them? I never was a Moor. I never was a Moor. Now I got some paperwork where I was studying, but I never sent anything in to none of those science temples or none of those people. But see, this is the thing, and I'm not ashamed of it. When I first came out of the church, my teachers was a Washita guy that was very close to Empress Vertice. You understand? And I spoke with her son 16 years ago. So yeah, I know Moors. Let's not get it twisted. But that's why I'm not a Moor. Because I know they're not me. And I know their story, I know their history, and I know what they stand for. Nothing that I do. So that's why I never did do it. Because that's where these titles come from, y'all. Let me explain something to you. These titles like Empress and what's the other one? Empress and Queen. Yeah, that's another one. And y'all know what Queen mean. It don't even mean nothing good, really. But that's where these people start calling you all these words from, the Moors. So I looked at them as Muslims and being like those patriotic, because Hebrews was an offset of them too. Those niggas running them little Hebrew camps, going with their daughters, they wives' daughters, and beating on their wives and blacking eyes and stuff. Yeah, them sniggers calling themselves in a religion and they living, yeah, they couldn't live it. They couldn't live it. I saw it. So therefore, I have no religion. I don't need to rely on the little G God, but I have a source, and I have something grounding me, and I'm moving straight into my purpose. That's the main thing about it. Yeah. Anybody got any more questions for me? Who asked that question? Well, you say good question. Who asked that question? Did somebody ask that question? No, I never been a Moor. It was just a Christian and a Hebrew Israelite, y'all. Yeah. Yeah, I traveled those roads because I've always searching. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those people that's searching for what I'm supposed to be doing. So yeah, always learning. I wake up like this. Okay, because they identified as black, so that made them property of the USA, whereas when they were on the reservation, they was property of England. They who? Who we talking about? Because we ain't never been on a reservation. So who we talking about? Yeah, wife beaters, baby. Wife beaters, yeah. Yashaville, he was one big one from New York. Let me see what Chris said. What parties will have the power and protection is going to be based on our understanding of where our ancestors' condition was at the time, 1870. Yeah, by that time. If you don't know your history, you're doomed. About that time, right there, Chris. Yep. Okay, now, wait a minute. Let me go back up here. You said because they identified as black. No, those on the reservation ain't never identified as black. Let's be clear, Davis. Don't do that. Don't do that. They ain't never been reclassified as black. You know, we the Indians that was reclassified as Negroes. But ain't there one of them pale skins on the reservation ever been reclassified. Wait a minute. Okay, Aboriginal American Indians, the inheritance of America's international creditors. Come on now. You supposed to be getting in touch with me too. I need you. I need you, Chris. Stop playing. I'm about ready to expose some niggas too on internet. Let me make this clear. I'm about ready to expose some niggas that been playing, and I got receipts. So if you under my radar and you know what you done did to me, you need to come talk to me. I'm about ready to expose some shit. Because niggas walk around here acting like they know something, and they ain't doing nothing for real. And I'm tired of it. I'm really tired of it. I'm really tired of it. I'm trying to read out Chris stuff. Sharon, you bad baby. Hey. Y'all see, Dallas got me going on here. I never said white people. I'm talking about so-called Indians, the black ones. But I'm saying the black ones wasn't put on reservations. That's what I'm trying to understand, because they went. Some of them went. They went to keep the land, but they was reclassified as native with the rest of them over there. So they're not included in the ones who did not go. You didn't know it since? Yes, ma'am. That's where it come from. It's biblical. It's biblical. So every time you hear, you know it came right up out of Ruth the Moabite. For sure. Yes, ma'am. Teaching time is past. It's time to assemble. Yes, it is, y'all. Come on, y'all. Y'all see that? Let's get some work done, y'all. Let's get some work done. But y'all, it's been fun up in here with y'all. I ain't gotta go, y'all. I ain't gotta go. I'm finna cut my lights on. Give me a minute. Let me see. Let me find my song, y'all. I'm gonna play my song. Shout out to Jacob. I don't have no songs, no music, y'all. I need some music. I'm gonna play my song right quick, y'all. And let me see. Am I screen? And I'm gonna set my blinds, and I'm gonna grab something else. We going with some more work, okay, y'all? Y'all with me? Wait a minute. Hold up. Going too fast. Hold up. Okay, here we go, y'all. Here we go. Thank y'all so much, y'all, for hanging out. Sometime I just want to do. Let's see right here. Start all right. What are you doing? Start all right. Okay, here we go. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you ain't gonna come up here fussing with me today. I love you, girl. Don't come up here fussing with me. I'm gonna get one. I gotta get one. Y'all gotta send me one. I be scared to play people music. I don't want to get strike. Let me set up. Yeah. Ah, let's see, can we do it again, y'all? Let's see. Cause want to come up here and get on me, y'all. Shout out to Drake Cobb, y'all. Y'all know that's my favorite. That's my favorite song in the whole world. Of course it is. Y'all know it, don't you? Shout out to all the Mama Chiefs. Shout out to all the Papa Chief. Y'all know I love everybody out here. Um, what are you saying to me, Mama Chief? You can play it. Okay, what can I play? Got a entire got got an entire playlist for the film. You do? Okay, I would love to play it on my channel. I certainly would. I would love to play it. Thank you. It ain't no cussing and all that. It's some uplifting stuff for the family. They usually only strike you if it's actually being showed on your screen. But you can have it playing in the background. No, that's not so, Engine. Let me tell you, I got albums. I got a record player and albums, and they strike my albums, and it's my stuff I bought. Good deal, good deal. I'm honored. I'm honored to play it. Yes, thank you. But yeah, they strike me for playing an album in the background. So I'm kind of scared to play. I don't know what to play. They say you can get some music that is on the unrestricted list. So yeah. So yeah, y'all. Anybody that has some music y'all want me to play that is all right, I will play it. I really will. Let me see here. Okay, so Davis, where are you? You're not gonna come up here and raise sand on me, are you? Anybody want to come up with me? Anybody want to come up and talk to me, talk with me about some of the stuff we're talking about? I would love to have you up. Excuse me. Davis, you still in here? Where you at? All right. All right, Angie, I'm gonna find a way to give you your wrench too, okay? You and Davis. I'm gonna give y'all some wrenches. Find my way to figure that out, y'all. But because I need my avatars to cover my back. Excuse me. I need my avatars to cover my back. Don't let nobody come up here acting crazy on me. Cause I'm finna drop this link in the chat, okay? I keep doing that. Oh, snap. No, that I mean to put that up there. Okay, David. Come on. Okay, here we go. There we go, you guys. Who's gonna come up here with me? Come on, y'all. Come on, let's talk about some stuff, y'all. Let's make my chat a chat. Cause I don't be want to do all the work, y'all. Y'all got stuff to say. Come on. Use your voice. Come on up here and teach us something. Y'all can come on. I know Navi, Sodom and Gomorrah was. That's where Sodom and Gomorrah was, where they was created at. They was conceived in Sodom, right above Sodom and Gomorrah. They was conceived in that area that had just been destroyed. And what was that area? It was just being destroyed because of, they said because of selfishness, but it had to be because of wickedness, because them men's over there wanted to have them men's. So it was some wickedness going on over there already. Oh, I see you, Davis. I just seen you, baby. I just seen you. Here you go. Hey, cuz. Where your mic at? Can you hear me? Unmute your mic. Can't unmute the guest. I can't unmute the guest. Try. You jumped out. You coming back? Come on back. Tower of Babel. All out names and rich. Okay, you say you just gotta click on the name. Okay. Thank you. Let's see here. My mouse keep moving things around like crazy. I don't know what it's doing. My mouse is not being friendly here. My mouse is just gathering and stuff. What's wrong with you, mouse? Okay, let's see. Nope. Okay, Davis, here I come. Okay, can you hear me?
Peace.
Peace, Davis. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. First time, man, I dropped my phone. I tried to catch it, and I think I mashed a button or something when I tried to catch it.
Oh, when it hung up. Okay. Go ahead and tell me what you want to tell me, because I'm on mute.
All right. Hold on one second. All right, back to the there's more things. As far as Lot go, Lot, he did whatever, the kids did whatever they did to him or whatever. And they came up with Moab and Aram.
Well, now, wait a minute now, Davis. Hold on for 1 second. Let me make something very clear. Now, you know that I don't give a darn about that Bible and them stories, but it's just the fact that y'all Moors, y'all Hebrews, and y'all Christians want to always align us up with the Bible, right? And that's something to me that is just like the English, 1600, the French, 1700, and the Spanish, 1800. They all claim they came over here escaping persecution for their damn religion, but they come over here and put this shit on us. No, no. You see what I'm saying? Cuz that book and all of that, it's some principles in it, it's some good stuff in it, it's some crazy stuff in it, it's some all kind of stuff in it. So to those who live through that book, like saying, "Oh, I'm this because of," no, I mean, I understand that, but I don't want to take this, because I'm talking about my relatives. I don't want to take this and go back and talk about some fictitious Bible characters. That's what I don't want to do. So go ahead.
All right. Listen, I understand, man. We talk about history. Some things we talk about, man, can be contrary to what we was taught or what we may teach. Does not necessarily mean it's wrong. It doesn't mean it's right, but it is. Now, according to the reason why I said it, because according to the Spanish, we talk about Isabella them.
Who were the Moors?
Cool, yeah, I got you. They were more before they became Spain, or when her and a
Well,
man
not well,
Ferdinand got married and
well,
became
let's
and
make
made
this
Spain.
clear though. Not Moors per se, Moor, because they didn't call themselves Moors. Just like we didn't call ourselves Indian. Just let's go there. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but Isabella was though. But this is what I would say, right?
Muslim. No, she was Muslim.
No.
No. They changed, they kicked all y'all out because they turned to be Christians. That's right.
Yeah, I know, but remember now, she was a young queen of Castalia.
She was a Christian. That's why they kicked
but her
all out.
but I know, but her granddaddy.
The dirty Moors, they kicked all the dirty Christians, and they kicked all the dirty Jews out. All three of y'all got kicked out at the same time, and y'all was selling the 7 seas for 796 years, looking for us over here, because we was hidden from everybody.
Yeah, but that's not true though, Mama.
What's not true?
That's selling the 7 seas for 700 years, looking for America. We left America, went there. We were going back and forth to America and back, Mama, since the 700s. I'm talking all the time. When Columbus came here, he came there with us when we were leaving out in the loose, running from the Inquisitions. When we left out in the loose, by that time we had to leave, Columbus left the same time with us. He wasn't a navigator. The person that was navigating with the boat, he was going back and forth for the longest. We've been sailing the seas.
I know that. That's why y'all was pirates. That's right. They was pirates. They was vagabonds. They was stealing, killing.
No, we was.
Yes, they was. Don't lie. Come on, we're gonna talk truth. Let's talk truth. Them was the ones that was going and pillaging everybody. Come on.
You finished? Queen, I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue with you, right? Just give me a chance to get this out, and I'll give you a chance to get yours out. We go back and forth like that in the conversation. Because we agree
that way when you got an Indian
we
and
agree
a Moor
that
talking.
I know, but the Indians were Moors. We don't attach ourselves to these terms and try to superimpose it too far into history. The term Indian don't even go that far into history, but our bloodline go back further than that term Indian. So that means we was something before we was Indian. And we got to find out who gave us that term Indian. Who trademarked that term? We got to understand all of that. I understand how people call Indians. I understand that.
We got to understand how they get Moors from Moabites. That's what we got to understand. Now, that would make a lot of more sense than what you just said.
Cool. I understand what you're saying. Now, the Moabites were a people, but they're not the same as Moor and Basay. Because, of course, that blanket term didn't exist during the time of Lot or the time of Moab. That term came out later on. The Moor thing is a blanket term. And under that blanket term fell a lot of cultures, nations, kingdoms, religions, tribes. We got to understand that part. If you was a person of melanin, you consider that as a Moor. Now, the term Moor has a beginning date and it has an ending date. We agree with that. All right. So now, when we talk about these people that was coming over here, we talk about Spanish. When the Spanish came over here, Columbus was writing back and forth to them in his journals and whatnot. When he came in, when he seen the people, he said he wrote back and said, "I've found the lost 10 tribes of Israel." Talking about the people. They gave them a term. They placed a term on them. And that was the Latin term for Indian. The people who were over here didn't even, well, they were speaking Latin, but their main tongue wasn't Latin. It was a form of Hebrew. That's why they brought a Hebrew interpreter.
to speak to the people over here when they got here.
David,
Because we was already speaking that.
David, stop right there. Stop right there.
Right.
Stop right there. You said Hebrew.
Yes. Now we understand that term Hebrew did morph into what it is now. Just like Indian morphed into what it was now. In the language Hebrew, it was something else. In the Aramaic language, it was something else. In the Latin language is something else. In the English language is Hebrew. We can agree with that?
No. No, because if you look in the Strong's dictionary and look up the word Hebrew,
there's no such thing as Strong Dictionary, Queen.
Oh, really? There, okay.
No, there's the concordance.
Well,
and
you
that
know what I'm
concordance is
talking
only
about.
for, I know, but the concordance, the Strong Concordance is only to explain the King James Version, the 1611 of the Bible.
Okay, no, sir. When you go to, well, okay, I'm going to it right now. I ain't playing.
I got you.
I'm going to it right now. I'm finna go to Israel, and I'm finna show you what it say about Israel and how it correlates in that regards what you're saying.
All right, cool.
And
I got it also.
And I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna read to you how you pronounce that word, because
Queen,
it tells
you
how to pronounce these words.
Queen, I got you, right? Let me give you a quick history so you can understand what a concordance is.
I know what it is.
And when you transliterate words. Cool. So when we transliterate words from one language to another, because there's no equal equality, so we got to come up with a word that's close to it. That's what I mean by transliterate. Now, when we going from Hebrew, that language Hebrew, into Aramaic, there are words, that wasn't quite on the same equivalent. And when we went from Aramaic to Greek or Latin and Latin, same issue. Then we went from Latin to English. That's the whole purpose of having the concordances. So when we start talking about the Greek language, we understand what they meant in Greek. Same thing with Hebrew. What it meant in Hebrew. That's why they got the concordance.
Hebrew is only 3 times in Greek. Let's be clear. It's only 3 times in Greek now.
It's only mentioned 3 times in that Bible.
That's all we're going by, the Bible.
Yeah.
That's all we're going by.
Cool. I agree with you.
So if Hebrew, the word itself, Hebrew is only mentioned in Acts 6:1, 2 Corinthians 11:22, Philippians 3:5. But the so-called Hebrew language that this strong Caucasian created for the Yiddish and for these Hebrews today to be sitting there talking about the Hebrews behind is listed 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 different times. And that's in the language. Now, 56,
so that means they use that word 17 times.
In the Old Testament.
Yeah, they use the word Hebrew in the Old Testament 17 times. According to the Strong, according to the Strong Concordance.
Okay, 56,
I got you. Understand that.
Okay, 5680 though. 5680, right? When you get to 5680, hold on. 5680 gonna tell you that word and tell you how to pronounce it with the letters of the Abraya, not Hebrew, not Yiddish. Okay, so let's say 80. You go right here. Okay, it says this is what y'all say it is. Okay.
Who's y'all? I didn't write the Strong.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Ibri. Who said that? Ibri. Who said that?
Ivrik. It's Ivrik with a V.
Who said that?
Ivrik. That's what it was called in Hebrew.
That's what y'all call Hebrew, right? Ibri, right?
Yeah, that's what it was called in Hebrew, though.
Ibri. Yeah,
Ivrik,
that's what the Yiddish calls it. But
yeah, because the Yiddish is a form of Hebrew, though.
When you look at it in the language, it's a ah, bra, ra, ya. Okay.
And what language that is?
A bra. Those are the Hebrew letters, y'all. That's a bra, a ra, ya. So it's a bra, ra, ya. It's not no Ibri. This is.
I know, but we don't read that way, though, Queen. In Hebrew, now you read from
right, because you're doing it on the Yiddish.
Queen.
You're doing it Yiddish. That's all I'm saying, bro. No argument.
I understand what you're saying, but Mama, we read from right to left in Hebrew.
And I'm reading this from right. Listen, bro. I'm looking at. I'm reading the letters, and that's how I taught ancient Hebrew. Don't get this twisted.
Cool. Well, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying you never did. That's not what I'm saying, Queen. All right, we going into something really that's off topic, but we deal with the strong concordance because we brought a strong concordance. All right, now the strong concordance is a concordance. It's made to take words that were transliterated from one language to another and explain what they meant in the Greek language.
But Donovan, you just
explain what it meant in the Hebrew language and Aramaic language.
You just agreed that Yiddish is right there too. Yiddish is in there.
Yeah, Yiddish is a dialect of Hebrew though.
Right.
Yeah, so when you say Hebrew, they're using Yiddish because it's a contemporary form of Hebrew. It's not an ancient form of Hebrew. Yiddish has a time date and it's contemporary. It's new. It wasn't there. That language wasn't around during the time of the Hebrew.
I just gave the ancient. It's Abraya.
Cool.
Abraya. That's it.
Cool.
No doubt about it. I mean, it ain't in Hebrew. But this is what most Hebrew calls it. And it's erroneous. Yeah. It's erroneous. Let's be clear.
But it's not erroneous. I'm here for
clarity. I'm here for clarity. I'm
not here
spewing the same stories over and over and over, and people not getting the reality of what we got to do here. See, Moors, whatever the Moors got to do, they got to do it. But I don't think that we're going to do the same thing. I really don't. Because of the fact that it's too much discrepancy.
All right, cool. I understand what you're saying, Mama. But it ain't really about the Moors right now. We ain't get to that time period. There was no Moors during this time.
But that's what I'm saying. Now, it should never be come up, but they always come up. Why do the Moors always come up in our conversation? When it's really, cool. That's what I'm saying. They always got to come up that they did something or they are part of this or that. But it's not really about them. Is it really?
Yes.
I mean, that's what most people would want to say. That it's about not us. You see what I'm saying?
Before the Spanish came over here and put that term on you, Indian, you never called yourself Indian. Somebody called you Indian.
We didn't call ourselves Moors when the Spanish came.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Why would we call ourselves something that means the water?
Because of the name.
About a boat on Moor don't mean nothing.
Yes, it does. It's in the dictionary. You being disingenuous, or you trying to tell me that word doesn't have many meanings? That means you being disingenuous, Queen.
No.
So I know you got a dictionary.
Let's AI tell you what they is.
All right, but we understand what AI is, right? AI is artificial intelligence.
We've been using it all this damn long. We ain't gonna stop. We gonna advance like it advanced, right? You've been using Google for 25 years, and we've been Google.
No, I wasn't.
I'm gonna use this, and I'm gonna free myself because this thing right here, it ain't.
But it's not gonna free you, baby. It's an algorithm.
It ain't lying to me like me and you. This thing
Mama,
right
here is
not lying.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
All right, cool. No, but anyway, back to stronger coordinates though. Before we start bird walking, we're gonna break down what the stronger coordinates is. I got it right here. I'm gonna turn my camera on let you see it.
You gonna break down what? I don't care about them Moors book.
Baby, it's not a Moorish book. It's a stronger coordinate. The same one you were talking about.
What you finna do with it, cuz?
Tell you what, Mama.
What you finna break down?
It seems that we got too much contenders. We ain't want to really.
Because you know I don't like Moors, and you ain't gonna make me be one.
I know they don't really matter, Mama. That's emotion. Emotion has no business in the affairs of men.
No, sir. I've researched enough to know. That's why I'm saying it's not about emotions. It's about knowing who you are. See, you know you are more, and that's good. And I know I'm not, and that's still good. And see, that's why all it got to be is everybody accept who they are and don't try to make nobody else be who they want them to be. That's all I'm saying here, cuz. You are more, you're Hebrew, and I respect that. But what I'm not going to do is try to make you be an Indian when you already told me you're more and a Hebrew.
But I'm Indian too.
Well, see,
that's I wasn't Indian.
Well, I would have to be Indian. People how they go, where they at.
Where?
All of that, cuz you all of that.
Yes, I am.
Your blood.
Everybody got a lot. If we really dealing with our bloodline goes back way before the flood.
That's right.
Yeah. Right. So these terms was applied to us during different time periods.
But I don't have no Moors. I got Spanish, but I don't have. You
understand? You just brought up some round trees out of England.
That's what I say. But they weren't Moors. Those are English people. Those
Mama,
are English
they were
people.
not. No,
They
they
was
weren't,
not
Mama.
Moors. They from England. The Moors
Mama,
is from Spain. Let's be
Mama, no, they're not.
real.
No, they're not. They're not
Where they
from
from?
Spain. You listen
What?
to part of a story. You taking a piece of a story and superimposing it to a
So
whole
I'm looking at
conversation,
my
Mama.
relatives. I'm looking at the Spanish Moors and the Huguenots that was French, and the Englands was that came from King Charles the First.
All right, cool. They didn't
And there
call
was
them. They did
lords
not,
and ladies.
Mama. They did not call the Spanish Moors because excuse me. They did not call the Moors Spanish because they were not Spanish. They did not call the Huguenots French because they were not French.
Well, what they
They were
call?
Huguenots. It's a term they took on running from the Inquisition. They had to change their name in order to do business. They were doing
Okay,
business over there in
you
Europe.
saying the French
So
were
they came up with these terms like Black Dutch, Huguenots, these terms like that, Queen,
they
in order to
those ain't
hide
in my
from the
creed. I
Inquisition.
don't have no Black Dutch.
I'm not saying you have Black Dutch. I just gave an example of terms that people came up with during the time of the Inquisition. Because when we're doing business in that area over there, Queen, we had to leave because of the Inquisition. That's a law that was passed by the Pope.
But we
They
was
didn't want no
already
more
over
about it.
here. See, that's what I'm saying. See, I
Mama,
think when you say we had to leave, that was the
I know, but
Moors
we're
and
talking
Jews and
about
them.
when
See, the Inquisition had nothing to do with us over here. We was already here.
Mama did. The Inquisition came here too, and it's still here. It's called the IRS. What you mean?
You just
Uh-huh.
said something about the Inquisition. You talking about
Yes,
when
yes,
Ferdinand and them kicked y'all ass out? That ain't got nothing
yes.
to do with us.
It does. Because y'all the one who left, Queen. It was all our ancestors. That was the one that got kicked out. They came back home.
Yeah, they got
Some
kicked
of
out.
them, and
Maybe they
yeah,
said
some of
our
them.
ancestors by coming over here, but they wouldn't have been our ancestors otherwise. I'm
Mama,
just saying, yeah, I'm embracing their ass, but
I
they were
know.
fucked
Queen, tell you
up.
what. Listen,
They
I
still were
realize
messed
we're
up.
not gonna get nowhere like this. So I'm just gonna agree to disagree with you because you ain't even letting me talk. Every time I say a key word, you get
Go ahead and talk.
snappy and
Yeah,
start snapping at me, Mama.
because you always trying to impose
No,
mores
I'm
on
not
us.
trying to
But
oppose
you're not.
nothing on
Ain't
nobody.
nobody here want to hear that, Davis.
It don't matter what you want to hear. Truth is truth, and it
But it
hurts.
ain't our truth.
Until
It's
we,
your truth.
it is your truth, Mama. Look at your bloodline. If you were my bloodline, then it's your truth too. Unless you lying about your bloodline,
Oh, that show was
it is your
my
truth. It
round
is
trees
your
was
truth,
not
Mama.
no damn. My
Mama,
round trees
your
was
round
not
trees
no
is related to my round
Moors.
trees, and my
It
round trees
wasn't
were
no
Moors.
Moors. It
Mama,
wasn't
my round trees
Moors.
were Moors.
They
Let me
wasn't
ask you a question,
Moors. They
Queen.
was
Why
English.
did your people? Well, listen. Why did your round tree in Georgia have a farm of 200 some odd acres? What were they doing all the stuff they grew, Mama?
What you think they
They were
were doing?
selling it, right? Where
Yeah,
were they selling that?
they was
So
in
where were they
business.
selling that? You
They
wasn't
was in
selling it in
business.
Georgia because everybody in Georgia had farms. Everybody in South Carolina had farms. Everybody in
You
Florida
know
had
we fed
farms.
the world. You know we
I
fed
just so
the
we were
world.
selling the world, selling our goods.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
So now when we decide we want to sell some goods, say to Spain, when we need a factory over there to ship our goods to in order to distribute around in Spain. And if we did that, wouldn't we have to leave somebody there to run the factory?
Look, bro, we know we did all that, right? But I'm just
Yeah.
saying,
So I mean, so that's how we got over there, Queen.
People was over there making business. We was over here making business. I'm saying, but then when
We
you
were
talk
doing business all over the world, Mama.
yeah, I agree with
It was a
that.
trade line. We weren't just selling stuff.
Still, I'm
We was
just saying
also
we
buying
wasn't
stuff and
calling
shipping it back over here.
just like we weren't calling ourselves Indian, we weren't calling ourselves Moors. That's all. That's my point. That's my only point.
Cool.
That's my only point right now. For these titles and these, we know we had England, French, whatever you say that, whatever that, but that's what we've been taught. And we had the Spanish.
Yeah,
those three people are intermingled in our tree, irregardless of what. Right?
Yeah.
But we ain't got to say they Moors.
But they were.
Oh, see.
Because they wasn't English. They wasn't from England. Some of them may have been born in England.
Not in the 1800s, because the Spanish did the rule.
Mama, we talk way before the 1800s. Life been here before the 1800s, Mama. Listen, by the time the 1800s came, Queen, the Christians was in charge then.
That's the only time we became the.
So we talk about before that. We talk about all the way back to the 700s, Mama. We've been doing this.
But 700.
Yes, the 700s. The 700s, Mama. Our bloodline older than that.
Okay, see, yeah, I understand
1800s.
all
Yeah,
of
we
that.
talk about something that happened last year. We're not talking about 1800s. We talk about history, Queen. We going deep into history. We gonna go into history.
Listen, that's why I told you earlier. I don't even try to. Ain't nobody finna take me back no 700, and they
That's
ain't
why
got
you don't understand, mama.
They can't even go back to 1800 in their damn record. How they gonna talk to me about 700? Cuz we gotta
Mama,
talk about reality.
you will not understand
right
what happened in the 1800s if you don't know nothing about the 1700s. How you understand something about the 1700s if you don't know nothing about the 1600s?
Records. You ain't got
Mama,
Mama,
you got some people on a paper with the same last name as you. That what you got? You don't got no records.
I got.
We say records. Look, mama, we talk about history though, mama. We're not talking about your family members.
The same thing, bro.
So we realized, mama, that these things that was going on when the so-called Moors were in power, it wasn't the 1800s. There was still some few little offshoots that was still doing business. But when the Moors ran control, when we was an empire, mama, it was before the 1800s. We already had failed as an empire by the time the 1800s came around. If we talk about this term more, we got to go to the root, the time when that was the empire.
With your relatives with more. I can show some records with more on it.
Mom, you talk about last name. I'm not talking about a last name more.
In this war.
Queen, I'm not talking about a last name more. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about the Moors. What you talking about?
Cool.
It ain't no nationality. So what the hell? It ain't nobody called themselves no nationality.
Mama, let me ask you a question. What was the name of America before it became America, Queen?
Oh, see.
There you go. So you don't understand it, but don't worry about it. I'll walk you through it because you don't understand it. If you don't understand it,
I already got it right here. What you said was, because they was over there arguing about that earlier, and I heard y'all. So what you said was,
Amaru.
Okay.
Of Mexham.
Okay.
The Ninth Gate.
Okay.
Turtle Island.
Yeah, the North Gate. That's all that.
Yeah. These are terms, right? Yeah, these are terms that was
that
used
came from the Canaan land Moors, y'all. Yeah,
Mama, the Canaan land Moors is a movement. It's a group of people, regular people that live in today that's dealing with history. They use the nationality of Moor. We're not talking about. They didn't start nothing.
Yeah, how did it get branded? Like Empress say, how did it get branded as an ideology to be on us? How did it?
All right, cool. This land right here was named after the serpent, the same serpent, the snake. You see on hospital signs wrapped around a stick and all that. The same one you see in Asia, same one you see in England. And I don't know, but I never really seen one of it in Africa. But this particular deity was called Amaru. That was the name of the deity. The same deity was also in that book we call the Bible, the serpent that everybody dealt with during that time.
So everybody hating God for real. They hating the serpent, huh? So you still know we.
Hey man, it is what it is. I know I hate them too, but it is what it is though.
These Moors, right?
Mama, just because I hate them don't mean it ain't. I can hate a person, that don't mean they didn't live.
Yeah, we know about the conducives.
All right, cool. So that serpent had a name. The land that serpent was around was named after the serpent. That name is Amaru. There's a couple of books you can go and research that in, the origin of names and the antiquity of America, the secret teachings of all ages. All these different books spoke about that particular deity.
You want to come up? Anybody want to come up? Excuse me, Davis. Go ahead.
All right, and also the origin of Oriental Masonry, or history of Oriental Masonry. They all spoke about this particular deity, this land, and its name.
Mm-hmm.
People who left from around here started naming things as we travel. And I know it's rough, it may be hard, but we cannot attach ourselves emotionally to terms because we're more than a term. If we was on this land here, we call ourselves Aboriginal. That means we were here since the beginning. Our bloodline was here. But since the beginning, this land had many names. A couple of names I named just now, just a few of them that came after the flood, after it started being repopulated. Before the flood, there was a bunch of different names then. There's a lady named Madame Blavatsky who wrote about that.
And before that flood, you didn't just say Madame Blavatsky. No, you didn't go there for me. Cause see, now you're gonna make me go there for real. See,
Mama, we can't get emotional over this. Mama, we're not getting emotional. I don't know the lady.
Because I'm like this. You know how I am. This how I am. And you can call it emotion. I don't care what you call it, but it's foul. It's wrong for you to bring up
Mama,
that goddamn woman, Madam Volosky, and them
what's
other.
wrong about it?
No.
What's wrong with it? I mean, what's wrong with it?
Y'all, are y'all with me in the chat? Talking about folks who sucked on mushrooms and came up with some fake bull crap. Listen, y'all.
Mama, nowadays, Mama, we smoke crack,
ain't
pop all
nobody
kind of
know what we
pills.
smoke.
At one time, we been sniffing
ain't nobody gonna
motherfucking
talk to me
glue,
about no
gas, but we still the people, regardless.
No.
So because of what a person does,
y'all can tell I love my cousin, don't you? Y'all can tell I love my cousin.
You know I love you, Mama. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't be wasting my time with this.
But no,
it's
I
something
ain't
we're gonna have
wasting
to
no
deal
time.
with.
They don't like that shit. It ain't about wasting no time because you can't convince me or convert me. So let's be clear.
I'm not trying to convert you. I'm not trying to do that.
Time. You just up here trying to plead your case like you do on everybody's channel about the Moors. Cause let's be clear. Because everybody done heard this shit so many times. Everybody done heard everything that you say so many times about the Moors. But it ain't like you teaching nothing different. Every panel you go to about the Moors, you're going to say the same thing. Because you believe that. But you cannot make nobody else believe it because everywhere you go, all of us know we're not with that. And that's just how it is. We know we're not with that, Davis. But you're going to keep on trying because you got to convince yourself every time. Because we already know who we are.
Myself.
That's what I'm saying.
I read cool, I got you.
So
I'm not Mama.
Winning. It's not winning with us, though.
Baby, I'm not trying to convince. I'm not trying to convert. I'm just bringing out facts. You called yourself, Queen. If you call yourself, say, yellow. Just give me an example. You call yourself yellow. But your bloodline was here before the term yellow was applied to you. Do that mean your essence that was here before the yellow applied to you don't exist?
Because I'm going to ask you this question right here when you ask me that. Now, can you show me in what you got now, where Moors was in this land, not the people, but the name. Before
Mama, I gave you that.
Yellow
and it's simple. I know I'm on a cell phone though.
Okay.
But I just gave you the name. This land was called Amaru. I told you what the name came from. More was the people that they were called after that particular term. After that serpent. Remember now, I'm a Hebrew. We didn't deal with Amaru. That was a deity. The Hebrews had issues with them, and people that was praying to him. But the fact is, the land was still named after them, or that deity, and that's something we can't get past. It's written down, documented. If we really want to be honest,
I need that. I need to see that right now. I need to see that.
I gave you a source now. The origins of the name, the name is given. The origin of the naming of America.
I heard that so many times in the last 16 years from other folks over there.
Did you ever look the book up?
But no, I know.
Or The Secret Teaching of All Ages. Those two books are common. You can get the PDFs of both of them books. You can find that out. You can find that out if you want to.
Or
we still hold on to some shit that really don't apply to us. Because you even said yourself out your own mouth that somebody called us Indian. We never called ourselves Indian.
And I still say that.
Yeah, cool. Okay. And I agree.
None of these titles apply to us, but I know a Moor coming over here doesn't. So
I know, but you also said that Noble
it's not in the Constitution, so-called. So those are the things.
Mama, the people who wrote the Constitution were Moors. You can't say that, nah. The writers of the Constitution were Moors. Hanson was a Moor.
So what happened?
I said Hanson was a Moor. Washington married Hanson's daughter.
Didn't do the Constitution. He didn't even got his name signed on it.
No, he didn't have to.
Yeah.
Washington didn't sign on it either.
We can say though, they did with Morocco, but it's because of the let me tell you, it's because of what had happened. That's why you had the Sandra Morris Act over there. That's why you had
that was over here, Mama. That was here. That was
motherfuckers was the
Sandra Morris Act was in South Carolina.
It was not the Indians. That stuff had nothing to do with the indigenous people of the land. It just had to do with the colonies that they had set up with the Black Moors and with the Negroes. Come on,
Mama, that's not true. But I tell you something that's true. The Constitution didn't have nothing to do with the Indian either. Constitution had nothing to do with Indians.
That was slavery over there. The only thing they were doing
because the Constitution,
the land, Davis.
Mama,
Davis, they were stealing Indians and they was making slaves, making up with them Negroes, the Moors over there. That's why the Sundry Moors Act came up. That's why Negro Act came up. 1770.
The Sundry Free Moors Act came up because of the Negro Act. You understand both of that? I'm not knocking none of that.
They're the same
I'm not
people.
knocking none of that there.
Negro, the same people. See, and they were
What?
throwing that on us, thinking
No, my
we had nothing to do with that. We not the
Yes, you
same.
did. It was your ancestors who came up with that.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah. Yes.
Whatever.
It was your ancestors. You say you got the same bloodline as me, right?
But
So that means if you got the same bloodline as me, then you got the picking in your bloodline.
Look, you believe it.
If you got the picking in your bloodline, I mean they signed that.
You
got that rubbish in your bloodline. Like I got a bloodline. They signed it, Queen. They was
and I know.
It's not a belief. It's not dealing with belief. Mama, we're not dealing with belief. Baby, listen. You have to understand that world was here before the 1800s. A lot of shit happened before the 1800s. If you don't go beyond the 1800s, you will be lost or dealing with just different effects. You cannot find the cause if you don't go past the 1800s.
Cause, like I said, everybody got to embrace but I don't have Moors in my tree. Okay, so that's all right.
Mama, let me ask you a question. Who's the oldest person in your tree?
Huh?
Who's the oldest person in your tree?
Who's the oldest person in my tree?
Yeah. How old is the oldest person you got? The 1400.
And they were
cool. I got you. So in the 1400, you didn't have nobody here. You didn't have no bloodline in the 1300s.
No, I ain't got none in 1300. You?
Yeah, of course. My people been here for
You got some people in 1300? Oh,
yes.
Shit, you need to be showing that. See, because I'm showing mine. I go back 14.
No, you're showing the result of a Google search or ancestry search. Where the people just putting ancestry, just put words together, names together. And you can pick whether you think they may have something to do that there. I know, but Mama, you ain't go to 1400 to meet nobody, did you?
Hey, when I've been doing this, don't do that. Don't do that.
Mama, who do you met in the 1400s? That said you was a cousin. Queen, did you meet? Was you in the 1400s?
Huh?
Were you in the 14? Were you born in the 1400s?
Were you?
No.
But don't ask me dumbass questions, Carl. Don't be playing.
So you cannot say that these people. You know what? I don't want to make the argument, Queen. I'm gonna go ahead. Mama, I love you. I'm gonna go ahead and gracefully bow out. You win.
You got Moors. I don't. That's all I'm saying. So we all got different family members. Let's be clear. But you don't have to be Indian. You stay Moor, and I stay Indian. But I got Indians on my record. I don't have Moors on my record. That's all I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, Queen. But what I was trying to tell you, the term Indian, the way that's used, Mama, it was for people.
More. It's
Mama,
the same thing,
Mama, let me talk for a second, baby. See, we can't. You gotta let me get something up, Mama. We ain't getting nowhere.
Telling me about more, and you can't do that. If you're gonna talk about one, talk about both of them, Davis. You ain't gonna.
I can't talk about nothing, baby. You ain't let me talk. Mama, you ain't let me talk. I said one word, you jump into a frenzy.
Because you said,
calm down, Mama. Ain't nothing I say would do anything physically to you. I would never do nothing physically to you. Nothing I say can hurt you.
Because you trying to, I know you're arguing your point, but your point
no,
is,
I accept it.
But I accept your point. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter. It don't have to be all of that. I accept that you are a Hebrew Moor. Can you accept you being an Indian?
Mama, I told you already like 20 times. I have no issue with the term Indian. My people will call Indian. I know that. I am also Indian. Okay. I never said I wasn't, Mama. No argument. But you don't listen long enough to hear what I said, must be. I said that today.
I heard
about like less than 5 minutes ago.
Somebody else in the chat said that. So, I mean, but hey, like I said, you still making a difference and I'm not. I just know that Moors is not, nobody is listed as a Moor in my tree that I have found so far.
Mother, it's a nationality. You will not see nobody inside a census record. You won't see nobody's nationality in those records you got, Mama. Not even yours. Your nationality is not in there.
Huh?
I said, your nationality would not be in those records. Those records don't cover nationalities. No, you show name. Mama, you show name.
I just showed record with Indians on it.
Mama, Listen, baby.
Didn't I just show some record with Indian on it, y'all?
Tell you what, baby. This is what we could do. We agree to disagree, and we'll call it like that. Before we, you know what I mean, end up turning this conversation to an argument, baby. I know, but you're not allowing me to make a point.
You know
so we ain't getting, so we never get nowhere. So I'm a grizzly ball out.
No, we won't. Huh? No, we won't. Not on that.
Exactly.
Subject. You should have stayed down there in the chat, putting your little stuff in the chat because you know that how I am with that. You ain't nobody budging me off of that.
I'm not trying to make Mama.
That's what I'm saying.
Mama, you travel your own path, Queen. I wish you wellness and prosperity down your path. I do not want to argue with you about your path. I don't want to argue about my path. You asked the questions, I was giving answers. You made some statements, and I was trying to critique it. If you don't want to be critiqued, cool. I'm not going to even force that on you. But when I say something, you cannot critique me unless you can prove it. And you ain't gonna be able to prove nothing neither one of us talking about with no 1800 information, Queen. Let's be honest.
Ain't nobody got no 1800 information. Who? Hold
on 1 second, Mama.
See that y'all see the doxing? That's how it goes. See, now he gonna sit here and tell they like, oh, I showed my document. Now they're gonna go against my document. But show some documents that you got. That's what I'm saying. Document for document. Who got them? Motherfuckers talk, but ain't nobody doing ain't nobody showing nothing. Ain't nobody got they talking. What's a nationality? Moor is not a nationality, is it? Indian isn't either. But in the 1400s, it was people being called Indians all the way up until the 1600s. And then I just showed a record where somebody was in the 1900 records still being called an Indian. Right? So, there you have it. Indians or Moors, which one are you? Which one are you in the chat? Are you an Indian or are you a Moor? Got 9 of y'all in the chat. Which one do you identify with? See, like I was saying earlier, a lot of people have not yet even so-called corrected their status. And I was trying to say something earlier about I talked to somebody about something called indexing. Anybody in the chat ever heard of that? Indexing. Yeah, we urban. Indexing. Like, for instance, when what happened over there in Hawaii, right? When they blazed that place, right? All of those people are really unaccounted for. Yeah, that, yeah. And then the it's just one of the one I was thinking of something else. What is it? The FOIA? How about that one? Who said that? Who said that? Oh yeah, Engine. What about the FOIA? Did you do the FOIA? How about you, especially? You do the FOIA? Yeah. Yeah. Did you do yours? I did mine. They sent it back. They sent it back, said they don't have, I'm not, yeah. To the same name. Yeah, I did that. People scared to make moves though, but you have to make moves. You really do. But y'all, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Look, how long I've been on here? 4 hours. That's a long time. I don't be liking to do long bills, y'all. I be wanting to do some short bills. I figure they'll get better playtime back. But you haven't used FOIA? Yeah, I did it. I did it to check for the information on me. Oh, they have no information on me. You know, that's what it's for. Yeah. They got information on your straw, though. They got information on the straw. They got information on your living man. Yeah, they like that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, y'all. I just wanted to come out and share a little bit, y'all. We got family members that really did something here, whether they was English, French, or the Spanish Moors, because that's when they got here, y'all. They ain't get here no sooner than that. Let's be clear. They think they've been here forever. But if they have,
They've been here before that term Indian.
oh, I ain't saying
Way
they
before that.
But
I know way before the 1400s.
I know they the one made that word up, didn't they? They the one
Yeah.
made that word up because they put it in the Constitution.
Yeah.
I know it. They did.
Yeah, because we were the British.
I know it, cause
The British were more.
That's
When the
why
Constitution came out,
yeah,
the United States was paying they were paying tithe or tribute to the Moors. The Sultan of Morocco in England, in London, where they call the Parliament now, and where the Sultan of Morocco stood. We are the so-called British, or the so-called Island Lusians, the aristocrats of those lands, I would say.
Yeah, I'm letting my cousin get his.
But the Christians came in. When the Christians came in, they overthrew the Moors. So a lot of them people were replaced by Christians. When it comes down to the term Indian, Indians were a subject of the British. Once they left off the reservations and denounced their tribal claims and decided they want to be citizens, then the term Indian not taxed no longer applied. And that's just facts.
Well, I don't know how, because when I go to the store, I be not taxed. So
okay, Mama, you
I
say
got some receipts to show that too.
Okay.
I mean, it's how you set your business up, though, right, cuz?
Huh?
It's about business too, right?
Yeah.
It's how you set your business up, right?
Of course, I got EIN though.
Okay. No. I ain't asking, but I'm just saying when I said what I said it's how you.
I know, but I think so. How I set mine up.
No. I'm talking about
mine set up a little different.
I'm talking about just in general. When I said what I said, you said, I said, but it's how you set your business up that allows anything that in life, right? And that's what I was saying, not about you, but when I said what I said about what I am.
I hear you. I agree to disagree.
What you disagreeing with now? What? What you disagreeing with?
About setting business up like that.
Oh. Okay.
You understand the public and the private though?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what
you understand. Yeah. You understand all these things. These so-called these hateful ass white people are creating as Moors came up with. I noticed the way you talk. You do understand that. You understand the strategies of the Moors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you use the strategies of the Moors.
I understand. No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. You said the Moors, but I understand law. And the Moors was the first one that brought this shit through law.
And they call it law. Yeah.
So yeah, I know law.
Yeah.
Enough to put myself.
And the Moors brought that here.
Try to protect myself. Well, no, whoever set up this
the Uniform Commercial Codes.
You said it's the Moors. See, that's what we saying. We appreciate.
Yeah.
It. See, we know it ain't the Caucasians, and see, this is the thing. Everybody needs to be clear. The Caucasians is doing what the Moors got them doing, and that's what they keep telling us every time they tell us who the Moors is.
No, but they ain't doing what the Moors got them doing because the Moors lost power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, when the Moors got power, the Christians got them doing that now.
Okay. Yeah. Damn, but how did? Okay. Damn. Oh well.
And these things that were going on, babe, a lot of these wars that were being fought were Moors fighting Moors. The Christians ain't necessarily just overthrew us because they were also us. We were fighting each other. Same thing with the so-called Indians. Ain't no Indian got overthrew by no white person. They got overthrew by other Indians. Ain't no white person come and took your ancestral land. Indians took your ancestral land. They were the military. They were the militias for the so-called government.
But okay, Davis, let me ask you this question. Now, being the Moor that you are, and knowing that we all are Moors, what do we do at this junction about where we at and what we got to do? Well, now we know, okay, they did Native Indian, so we leave that alone, let them have that, right? So what do we do being the Moors, the Indian Moors? Let's say the Indian Moors. Yeah, the Indian Moors. How that sound, y'all? That sound all right. Yeah, the Indian Moors. So what do we need to do? Since all of this was ours, now the Christian Caucasians got them. They done flipped the script on the Moors, on us. So you say. So what do we need to do? I mean, we need a plan. Who do we need to talk to?
Start by making that. Start by signing affidavit, making sure the government understands that we're back now, and we're here for our land. We're here for the trust. Start with that.
Under the Moors,
banner.
Under the Moroccan Moors banner, right?
Not the Moroccan Moors banner, Queen.
Which one we do it under then? Tell me.
Moor.
Huh?
And spell it with Moor. The spell it with use.
Just Moor with use. Muir.
Yeah, spell it with use. Because if you understand it, you know different areas, the Moors spelled that term differently. And the way they spelled it gave hints to where they were at.
Anybody know about that? I don't know.
Probably a lot of things you don't know about that. I know. I understand. I got you. Probably a lot of things.
Yeah.
You don't know about that. A lot of things I don't know about Indians. No, that's why we feel together.
To the chat, just trying because I'm for solution. Like I said, I came here about solution, and my thing was about the fact that I know that my folk were Indian before they were anything. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I came talking about what the Indians doing. But maybe we need to be talking about what the Moors doing, huh?
Yeah, but the Indians gave up their property to stay on reservations.
Who gave up their property to do what?
The Indians.
What?
And they were subjects. They were subjects of Britain.
Now you talking about them now, or the me, my folk?
I'm talking about you, your ancestors.
Okay, my
the so-called black ones.
They land to go to the reservation, and why? Why aren't I there?
Because your people didn't want to go.
No, but you said we gave up that land. So
yes. Not all Indians.
Okay, so what happened for those that didn't want to go?
They stayed home.
Stayed home and did what?
Just did whatever they've been doing. Whatever they would do. Everybody didn't go to the Indian territory.
Oh, I know that. That's why I'm here right now.
Yeah, those who went to the Indian territory really they went there and they made themselves subjects. They were living on land that was carved out and protected by England.
You mean over there in Oklahoma where they end up at?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but it wasn't just Oklahoma. There was a lot of land out there. They went all over those areas. But when they got there, they realized somebody already been there. And they also had that term Indian applied to them.
Well, okay, let me just share this right here, because this is what happened to my people. I don't know about the Moors, but this is what happened to my people in, what is this? Let me get this paper so I can read it, y'all. This was in 1817. Okay? Y'all with me, y'all? It's 9 of y'all in here. Thank you for hanging out with me and Davis, because Davis came up here. But I don't want to fight with him. I love him. I really love my cousin. Okay, but this is a text transcript from the National Archives and records. I know some of y'all don't like records because y'all ain't got none, but I'm sorry, I got records. Hey, I don't care. I'm gonna use my records. Bullshit to be walking around here talking about some bullshit. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about some records. Okay, that I've been collecting for 36 years, and I dare anymore to tell me anything otherwise. Don't play with me. Now, about this. Play with me by anything else, but not about this. Now, this came from the National Archives and Records Administration microfilm. Okay. 1817 Cherokee Reservation List. My folks was Cherokee and Muskogee down through him. Okay. After they were Powhatans and so-called destroyed from up there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we got to keep it in the timeline and know how all this shit happened, right? Now, it says the 1817 Cherokee Land Cession, including an option for those Cherokee wishing to remain east of the Mississippi River to obtain 640 acres land grant. Where y'all land grant at?
We did land grant for. If you was here before the British.
What?
If you was here before the British, why you need land grants?
Say what now?
If we was here before the British.
Y'all, oh, you talking about the
Moors.
Moors. You talking about the Moors. Now I'm talking to my
Indian. I say the British.
No, I'm talking to my Indian people because you say
oh, my bad.
You're talking about the Moors, yeah. But I'm talking to all the Indians who we got reclassified to stay here. But all our ancestors got 640 acres of land. Did anybody in the chat know that? Everybody who would claim to be Indians or Cherokee, better yet, if you will, or Anna Young will.
That's more like it.
Yeah, you know, I know.
Yeah, Cherokee wasn't around.
I'm just saying, this is what's in the paperwork. Ain't no Anna Young will in the paperwork. It won't fly. It won't make it. We got.
I know because they're the Aboriginal people that call themselves that. Anna Young will.
Yeah.
The Cherokee Confederation was some outsiders that came there, and all these tribes came up with a confederation. They call it the Cherokee Confederation. There was some on this side and some on the other side.
These are
and we didn't get along with each other.
These are their creations still, but still at the same time, it's what they was calling people when they was making their records. This is the point. When they was creating all of this shit, when they was doing the census, when they was creating all of this, is what they call the pen being mightier than the sword. Anybody agree or want to disagree? This is when the pen being mightier than the sword.
What was the purpose of the census?
Doing this and doing that. But anyway, it says that this marked the beginning of the Americans. And this is why I have a problem with a lot of people want to say they are American. Because it says this marks the beginning of the Americans' ultimately successful removal of the Southeastern Indians. So who the fuck was them Americans? Was that y'all? Was that the Moors?
Hey, the word American or American.
But for real, y'all, for real, we got moved by the Americans. So these people call themselves the first Americans. That wasn't us. That wasn't us. So see all these names, all these flipping the names, these niggas, whoever they was, I don't care who they was.
So they weren't American, are you telling me?
It's them that has caused all the confusion in the earth with us today. Whoever they want to call themselves, it's all right.
American.
But we as a people, we got to be able to distinguish, because they are in our tree. Like he said, they're in our family. But what we're not gonna do is make us not be who we want to be. See what I'm saying? It's all right, but I cannot stomach that. And it might be personal because of my disgust, but it's just is what it is. I know too much. When you know, you cannot be deceived by the bullshit. So I know too much. See. So it's just like that. And then for those who don't know, those are the ones that these type of situations are for. For those who don't know to be deceived. But I study hard and long. And like I said, I don't care about being none of this shit, to tell you the truth. But I know one thing. I was here for a lot of these motherfuckers. And I'm standing on that. I'm standing on that. And I'm doing my due diligence to make sure that all my ducks is in the row. All my little shit, no matter what nobody say, I know. And if I drop dead right now, I know what I know, and that's all that I need to know. You understand what I'm saying? But as long as I'm in this earth and I'm going to fight this battle because I know something has happened that shouldn't have happened to my people. And it's still happening to me now. So for all them that want to deter and try to make people, do this, be that, listen, I'm standing on this square right here. I'm standing right here on this square.
As if you was more standing on your square.
Shut up with that shit. Nigga. See what I'm saying? Everything we say, anything that come out, it's got to be something about Moorish stuff because they got to be the one that done taught everybody. They ain't the one that life is a teacher. See what I'm saying? Don't implement Moorish bullshit on our life like that.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Queen. I'm not trying. But when you say stand on your square, it reminds me of people Noble Drew Ali.
We don't see black and white. They'll put this shit all in our face. And you say it's more, but I say it's all of y'all. I say it's the Jews.
The Moors and the Moors, the Jews, and Americans. You said Americans too.
And it's the Moors. I say it's all three of y'all. Because that's the same way I say about 16, 17, and 18. That's the same way I say about it's all in threes, y'all. It's all in threes. And they did it to us. And they do it in our face every day. And they sit here and try to make us accept the fact, well, it's you too, you that too, you did it too. No, the hell I did. And see, that's another thing that a lot of people try to say about the baby boomers or the people who we didn't do nothing. The hell you say I started my journey when I was 31 years old. What the hell? So I wasn't out there still twerking and shit when I got to be 35 and 40. I was on this journey, learning this, trying to find out about my life because I knew somebody was lying to me. See?
But what's the issue with the Americans? I probably cut you off when you was talking about that just now.
The Americans?
The Americans. Something they did. That's the first time I heard that. That's why I'm curious.
When I said what I said just a while ago or when?
Yeah, a little while ago.
Oh, it's been a while. What I was talking about?
Yeah, a little while ago. You were talking about the record, some record you had. You were about to bring up, and it was talking about some shit that Americans did to us.
Shit that Americans did to us. Anybody know? Mark Twain. I think that's where my daddy got my first name from. Mark Twain book. It was a princess in there. I think that's where my daddy got my name from. But no, I was talking about the trust and the sovereignty of the trust of the Indian. That must have been what you was talking about. When I was talking about the federal trust responsibility of the federal government to the Indians. See, we was in common law. Look, in common law, the purpose of the guardianship is to protect the minors or the incompetent. See, I ain't gonna go there with this though. This is too much. But those we're gonna have trust. Who got a trust? Anybody know what a trust is? Most people say, I got a trust, and it's just a piece of paper with writing on it. Let me stop. But for real, you know what I'm saying? It's so much our people. Yeah, and all the Moors did that. Yeah, they did all that. They had
folks. They know how to do business.
Huh?
They know how to do business. We gotta give them that much. They knew how to do business.
They had, because they are the what?
They came up with that shit.
Yeah.
They started this corporation they call United States. We agree with that?
Oh, the United States is a corporation? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And they were paying tribute to the Moroccan Empire.
Well, see, Okay, they were the Moroccan Empire is the first one to recognize the baby United States as a what they say as a what did they call it? They didn't say country. Did they call it country?
They probably called the country,
Did they
but
call
it
it
was
a
a company.
country? But we know it was a company because it didn't get taken over to being a country. I mean a company until the coup d'etat. Let's be clear about that. Because it was supposed to have been a country, but they did that coup, right, and took it over, and that's when it became the corporation. I think, and that was when right here the 76. The order. Wait a minute, I got it right here. Wait. Hold on. But I ain't finished this. Let me finish this right quick, y'all. Let me finish this because y'all need to know y'all got some land that that somebody left in 1817, y'all. Almost see how I almost got sidetracked from giving y'all that. Y'all see that, don't you? That's what modes do. Let me stop. I love you. Okay, y'all. But how many daily assets to their trust and living large right now? You know that. I know. They done got so quiet. They done got so quiet. You don't hardly hear none of them talking no more hard. But okay. But this is when ultimately successful removal, the Americans ultimately successful removal of the Southeastern Indians by changing the manner in which the Cherokee perceived land ownership. Before this time, all Cherokee land was owned in common by the tribe as a whole. See, that's where when all that fighting, all that shit that these niggas be trying to put in out here. Oh, well, we were fighting all that. No, we were fighting your ass. Come on, stop playing. Mm-hmm. Now, individuals became the landowners. The grant constituted a life estate, y'all. Listen to these words. Estate. Now, if I have to, I'll get my law dictionary and break these words down. Okay? And estate. They took our estate from us and put us in a state and put us under a trust. Whereas that everything you do is listed under your trust. All your bills, everything is listed under your name. Listen, your name, your social, your birthday, and you sign it. You just created a contract that goes to TT&L. And it's called trust tax or tax trust and loan. And that's where all applications go. Well, every time when we first got out of school, this is what burns me up too. When we first got out of school and wanted to go and get our first job, remember that? And all the little places when the high schools get out, they got their signs say applications taken. Yo, I'm finna show you some real theft. Application taken. Every application that child just put in. They just took that application and sent it to TT&L, baby, and they just got as much money they wanted to make. Said that they were going to get them a job or whatever. This is totally the way it works. Same way with your cars, your house, and all that. Same way with your bills. Go get some bills right now and look at them. And I'm going to show you everything about it to show you how much they've been stealing from us. Yeah. It's a negotiable instrument. It's not a bill. It's letting you know how much credits they done use of your service, and you're supposed to know what to do with it to obtain the real value of that negotiable instrument. And that ain't no more damn talk. That's reality about law and what we're supposed to be knowing how to do. That Moors or somebody is keeping us from really knowing how to damn do. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So that, But anyway, Before that time, like I said, the Cherokees was owned in common. That land was owned in common, right? By the tribe as a whole. Now individuals became landowners. The grant constituted a life estate to the reservee. Those that would have went that didn't go. But check this out though. This is the clause that they put right here, y'all. And it's very, very another trick to me. It says dependent on the reservee maintaining possession of the land with a right of passing the reserve on to the reservee's heirs. Okay, are you an heir? It says in fee simple, that means never to be taxed. In the transcription below, spelling is as the document from which the microfilm was made. And these are the names, y'all. I have like 9 pages of names. And on the first page is one of my Indian auntie, Lucy Bryant. Her real name is Chunani. So y'all have the same thing. That's what I'm saying. We all in this. And it's somebody that really has an estate to keep us from claiming and being who we are supposed to be. For real, for real. So the charter of Georgia, this was the last of the land when they came down, right? But now that wasn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the signers of the Constitution. Some people didn't even sign this thing. But the Constitution was signed in 1787, right? I got family on that too, y'all. Some of y'all probably got family that signed it too. Who? William Jackson Collins. Who is he on? He on this thing. He signed. Let me see. Are you saying he signed? I have a Brian. Oh yeah. I'm trying to see if that. Yes, it's only 19 people signed this though, y'all. Only 19 people signed it, 39 didn't. I mean, only 39 signed it. But it was 55 of them. I'm sorry, my bad. TTNL, tax, trust, and loan. Where my paper is on that? Oh my goodness. Where my paper is on that? Let me see. It might be in here. Let's see.
Hey, peace, Mama Chief.
Yellow.
I gotta make a run, man.
Thank you
It's
for
been
coming
nice.
up and
Have fun.
sharpening my iron, because you know on debate, you just came up here and made me do some debating, didn't
Yeah,
you?
we wasn't debating, man.
I
We
mean,
just
I
didn't-
know, but it sounded like it. I don't like to do it. But I understand where you at, cuz I respect that.
And I respect where you at, Queen.
Thank you so much, love, and thank you for everything here.
All right, peace to you.
Stay in touch, okay?
Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel.
All right, love. Stay in touch.
All right.
Okay, y'all. So, what you asking me in here? Who? Okay, everybody good in the chat? Is 6 of y'all still hanging in here with me? I really appreciate it, y'all. Let me see what we're going. I'm gonna go ahead and what time is it? A few more seconds. I'm gonna stay on a few more seconds, y'all. Let me see. What was I thinking about? Oh yeah. Okay. I don't know whether 6 of y'all still in here. And the only reason why I'm asking this question, that if y'all done heard it, I don't want to say it again, about the history of the Jews in Africa. Anybody tell me they haven't heard it, I won't go over it. But I think it's important to know who these people is who've been trying to tell us who we is. Anybody heard me talk about this before? Oh yeah, and Collins is in my tree too, because my great-grandfather, did you see me? Were you here when I did about the Robertsville in Tennessee? His first name is Collins. And there's a story about the fact that one of it was his grandson, I think it was, left to go with one of the other relatives. And of course, they told it to us that he left to go with a slave owner and this, that, and the other. I don't know what the story was, but I believe it was a relative. Because when he left, they say he didn't know what name his father used, because his name was Collins and his name was Roberts. So they went to up north. Robin Roberts, she's a cousin too, because they all went up north. And they named them their last name Collins. They became the Collins, but they part of the tree, because I went up there and moved up there one year and ran into my whole cousins, y'all. It was so amazing. I ran into a whole cousin because they had on a t-shirt. And if they hadn't had on a t-shirt, I wouldn't have known them. But they had on the t-shirt and we met. I got a picture of them and everything. It was awesome, because I'm like, wow. I'm big on family, So, but yeah. You heard about what you doing that thongs for? Yeah, I wish I could find a TTNL, because I want y'all to know about that too, since somebody asked me. But y'all, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. But the Africans, I want y'all to know these things. Wow, that's wild. Oh yeah. I want y'all to know, y'all, that the Jews are actually from Africa, and just to drop that out there, that in 1945, that's when they airlifted them up out of here, right? And took them to where they at now, so that they could do what they're doing now, to occupy the land to say it's theirs. Right? Yeah, that was awesome. No, I had moved there, actually. So I got to see them a little while. It was awesome. But so, when you think of the fact that, check this out. And see, this is secret. The reason I'm doing this, y'all, because secret things hide in these words. Because when you think about the things that people done said to you about who we are and who they are, when I read this rings a deeper bell in my ear. So I would like to know how it rings in your ear. Y'all, please drop some fire emojis if you picking up my energy right now. Okay? Listen. The history of the Jews in Africa. The Sephardic Jews and the Mizrahi Jews, who primarily live in Maghreb. Where's Maghreb, y'all? Of North Africa. Including Morocco, y'all. Is they the one that gave the United States, they accepted the United States, right? Is that what my cousin just said, right? That Morocco and all of them, right? Right. But these are Jews. So all these interchangeable names. Okay? Everybody, all the way through history, all of these other people who had parts, they played 2 and 3 different roles too. Let's be clear. Every last one of these colonizers played 2 or 3 different roles, right? So when you hear that these Jews are including Morocco, Algeria, Libya, and Tunisia, what does that mean to you? Really, what does it mean? It means that we're not from over there for sure. Some were established early in the diaspora. See, when I was a Hebrew, that's all them niggas used to talk about. So I wonder, them Hebrews was playing in this shit too. Yeah, Dirty 3 Musketeers, for sure. So you see what I'm saying? They always just talk about, we're in the diaspora. We're in the diaspora. That's the only place I heard that word from, was the Hebrew Israelite. So it's like, if the Christian atmosphere don't get us, if we don't get bowed down in the Christian, then truly we'll catch the Hebrew Israelite or the Muslim. I mean, this just seemed like the way that they set us up, because remember, 16, 17, 18, England, French, and Spain, they all came with the same bullshit lie, fleeing persecution. So if you flee in persecution, and then you come over here and persecute the people that's here that ain't doing your... Something ain't, you know what I'm saying? It don't add up. It don't add up. And then there ain't nobody doing their religion. Ain't nobody doing it. So what's up with that? Okay. The South African Jews, how about them? Who are mostly Ashkenazi Jews, descended from pre-Holocaust immigrant Lithuanian. That boy, what's his name? Rob Notches. He's always talking about, I'm Lithuanian. Like they made a difference. I'm Lithuanian. You're a Jew. You're an African Jew. Then you got your Beta Israel. Beta Israel? Living primarily in Amhara and Tigray, regions of Ethiopia. Why these niggas always hollering? Some niggas always hollering, oh, we the Ethiopian. Y'all done heard that too, right? We the Ethiopians. How we the Ethiopian when the Jews is the Ethiopian? Sparsely in Eritrea. Y'all know that's what that boy up there in California. What's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about? He's an Eritrean. Remember they had that say when they did often, they had his service, and it was like a spirit, ritual type situation. What's his name up there in California? That rapper. Y'all know who I'm talking about, that rapper up there. Anyway, so here we go. Beta Jews, the majority of whom were assimilated and converted to Islam. So now what? Now we got some Jewish Islamic people. But how about, what if, I'm just thinking now, what if these were all melanated people right here, and just in 1948, instead of them really moving these people right here, that they just moved some of those people from Germany and Russia and put over there, because that's who they look like more. In what about that? I mean, I'm like I said, I'm trying to find some puzzles. When I read some of this stuff, y'all, I be trying to find plug in. So I'm just throwing it out there for y'all to try to help plug it in too. You see? Because it says in 1948, wait a minute, let me go back up here a little bit. It said the modern population of the Berber Jews in Africa now numbers about 8,000 people in Morocco, with the majority having immigrated to Israel since the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, along with the smaller numbers scattered throughout where? Europe and North America. See, they weren't there until 1948. Y'all got that nugget? Did y'all get that nugget? Wasn't none of these crazy looking Jews around us before 1948 in Europe. That's when they got to Europe. They weren't even in Europe. Y'all know where they was? They weren't even in Europe. See, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. In Europe, people look like us. In France, people look like us. Some kind of way, them niggas got run up out of there, and these other people occupied that. Somebody ain't telling us all the truth, and I'm just trying to find it out. Y'all with me? I'm just talking, yes, that's what his name was, love. That's his name. Yep. Nipsey. He was an Eritrean. So y'all with me on this Jewish thing? They didn't get here until 1948, y'all. Wow. Now it's like a takeover, right? So the real clue to everything to me is to figure out, okay, so I'm gonna get off here in 5 more minutes, y'all. Is to figure out the plug is to when the coup really happened, right? We had so many instances like when we had the Red Summer, when they just really went through killing, doing everything. Then we had the bombings. We had the putting them on boats and taking them out and dropping them at sea. We had listen, y'all. We had the incinerator where they was putting some in the incinerator, making coal and charcoal out of them. Come on, y'all. They was taking us off through the trains, thinking we going somewhere to go to work. We were never coming back home. A lot of these things was going on. Don't let them know I'm talking about in South Carolina where the real Indian slave trade was being going on, taking them out of the land through the ports down there. But like I said earlier, 1855, that's when they started really bringing in a lot of these pale skin. And I thought it was 1897. You see, so now I just found that out. So now I got to go back and revamp my research. What, 1950 what, cuz? They was eating people, baby, sacrificing them. I'm going to say it out loud. They was, because I ain't censored. You don't pay me for jack. They was eating people, babies, and sacrificing them from what I remember reading while they were kicked out. Yeah, listen. Like we said, we know the character that we've been taught, and a lot of us have researched enough to know. People want to be those. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with the character that I know that comes with a lot of things, And like I said, there's a lot of things that can give us answers for a lot of things, and those who search for truth, they'll find it, And it says that the king searches out a matter, and I guess the queen will too. But for as these people being surrounding us and coming in on us, what do you think? 1897 is when when J.P. Morgan and all of those Caucasians started coming over here. But prior to that, they had the port of Castle Island. See, we concentrate on Ellis, but then you remember all the airports became a port as well. So they were porting, they was vising, they was trying to make sure they had enough of all different people here so that they could create the reality that they set us up for. So, remember, the rich folks came in, up top, while you already got 16, 17, 18. Well, we're gonna stick with 1600. 1600 over in the Carolinas and the Virginias, and it was known slave trade right there. Everybody know that. So remember the first in, first out situation? Anybody know? Anybody ever worked in a grocery store or any place like that? Or any place that you have to rotate? You have to rotate the merchandise. It's called first in, first out. FIFO. That's what we used to call it, FIFO. And you have to rotate the stuff from the back to the, you know what I'm saying? What's been there the longest, you have to, like that. So that's kind of like the way this is to me, rotating us, they was rotating us out. They was rotating them in and rotating us out and taking us to places on the Caribbean or, or Barbados and through back over to Europe or somewhere. You understand? So these are the ways that what was going on, and simultaneously too. A lot of this stuff was going on simultaneously because in the 1620 some, let me see, my great grandfather, look, I done went over my time, y'all. I'm out of here because I love y'all so much for hanging out. I'm finna go inside. Look, I'm flipping pages, y'all. I'm finna go somewhere else and talk about my 10th great grandpa, who was the conservator of peace of Rhode Island. He was on the charter that King Charles I gave for them to come over here and set up business. It's always been business, and I hate it when niggas try to say we was doing a lot of fighting when I, show me. Because what I see is some business. And then even when you look at the Jefferson's paper, anybody ever looked at that yet? I done shot it out here a lot of times. The Jefferson paper. And I'm going to shout this out here again because, see, when I give information that I want you to use it. I want you to make videos. I want you to go and talk about it. I want you to research it. I want to hear somebody talk about it because this is the only way we're going to come up. I told y'all about the white man Bible. Y'all saw that. That white man Bible. The Jefferson paper, they talk about how the waterways was just like how all these boats. Listen, you have to read it and see. It tells you what was here, who was here, what land, what minerals, where this. Listen, it's right there. Okay? So this is what I'm saying. We got to use these sources because eat the meat, spit the bones. We ain't got to eat it all. But we got to resonate with what resonating right now. That's all we got. But what we need to do is resonate with the ancestors because they will lead you to what to pick up. Think not. You already done came this far. And you came this far about what? You best to say you had some hope. You had some faith. You had some real connection to take you this far. Because a lot of us would have just walked away. I know I felt like walking away a lot of times. Just today. Just today. But with all that, when I think about all that I would just walk away from, you can't walk away from yourself. You really can't walk away from yourself. I don't care how much you try to do it. So it's a part of me. It's really a part of me. Who founded Virginia College? Oh, Thomas Jefferson. Okay. Well, when I tell you that's a good read to catch up with what was really going on before any of these other folks started writing books or writing stories. I think it, because, I even saw my mother's name in there in that Thomas Jefferson paper as a river. My mother's name was Clotee, Clotee, but they had it spelled Chotee. And I was like, wow, that's my mom's name, you know. So yeah, not built. Oh, okay. Yeah. Found it. I got you. But yeah, so we have a lot of things that can resonate with our spirit, you know, when we're researching. And like I said, y'all, we got a lot to do. I'm going over. I'm going over because I keep thinking, y'all. I never stop thinking, y'all. I have to make myself to go to bed. Y'all just don't understand. Yeah, but she didn't know it. Nobody knew where that name came from. But I found it in that Jefferson paper. Yeah. And my daddy used to call her Geechee. I didn't know what a Geechee was back at the time, but my daddy used to call her little Geechee, you know, because she was a little short woman and played the radio. And my daddy used to say she was a Geechee. But yeah, y'all, I tell you, it's amazing to connect. And like I said, once we go, I feel like once everybody go back to their homeland, like I want to go to Virginia so bad, to where Powhatan started at. I want to go to the beginning, you know. And I want to go to Aunt Nancy's graveyard. And you know, it was a thing where I read where we honored our ancestors with stones and shells. Y'all, anybody ever heard that? It's none of y'all in here. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all in the radio. And not enough. Shoot. And what my sisters at? They still in here with me. I don't know who in here now, y'all. But y'all know I love y'all. Thank y'all so much. But anybody familiar with that? What I asked y'all about? The shit, I forgot now. Anyway, y'all, look. Y'all go on over to smoke. Enjoy the rest of your night. I might come back on tomorrow because I got so much information. Like I said, I'm doing legacy, y'all. I'm trying to put this information out here so that somebody will get it. If it's 25 years from now, somebody will get it and they'll know what to do with it. Yeah, that's what I asked y'all about. Thank you, baby, for making me remind that for me. Because my mind, I'm telling y'all, I feel like I got too much going on. I feel like I know I got so much going on. And anybody want to be part of the going on, y'all know what to do. Y'all know how to reach me. I'm in Georgia. We got a lot going on. Yeah, so I went and bought me some stones. You know, you can go to like Michael's. They sell big bags of them. Because when I start going, I'm going to graveyards and I'm going to visit some ancestors, y'all. I mean, these are some that I'm right now. I'm on the strip where the Cherokee and Creek War was. Okay, I'm on that whole strip where they took and did the Etowah. I'm over here with the Etowah, and where they cut through to make roads and stuff. When I first came through here 35 years ago, it wasn't up one road on east side. Now they have made it 2-lane, and now they have built they tore down all kind of trees and built all kind of businesses and stuff. So I've seen this place transpire. But when I tell you I'm connected, when I tell you I'm truly connected to this land, it's crazy, And I'm gonna share with y'all one more. Look, I hate to go. I don't want to go, y'all. Look, I don't pay for this thing. So when y'all don't see me, it's because I've been used up all my free time. One day I will be able to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? But until then, y'all, I just keep on. Hold on for a second. I'm looking for something right quick. I want to share with y'all. It might be right here. Let's see. like I said, the history of our people is really good and strong. And when you could connect, when I connected rather, it gave me more pride, because now I really know I'm not speculating. I'm not, it goes out. I mean, I got the fact that I didn't never think I know some of the stuff I know. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad I do, because it's what we supposed to know. We don't supposed to be walking around here talking about we from Africa, and we're not. We supposed to know the truth. Sure. So let me see. Let me see what I'm looking for right here. Okay. Anybody know about the 7-generation rule? That we supposed to be preparing for the 7 generations out? That's another concept they say came through the Iroquois Confederation. Nasia. You know what I'm talking about? You was in Roanoke last year. That's what's up. That's what's up. So, let me see what I got right here. But it is not true that the indigenous around the world have the same. Okay, so that's about that. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me for a minute. Okay, this machine told me something about generalizing something. Okay, right here. Y'all know I love to ask hard questions to my little companion AI, because I use it more than just like you use Google. I use it because, see, one thing I know for sure about this, it's gonna give me the answer that I asked for. Unlike Google got hundreds of different answers, and you know what I'm saying? It's gonna give me one answer, and the answer I asked for, right? Like, for instance, I asked it. I said, the only people that do not care about the earth or want to save it for the 7 generations, watch this, are those Germans, the Russians, and those Jews. Okay, I categorize what I'm talking about, right? It say those that came over here for the Union Army. Okay, that's my concept. What I told this, right? Watch this. I want to gently challenge that prospect. This is what the machine came back with, y'all. It's important to avoid generalizing or attributing specific values. Right then, when I saw generalize, y'all, I already done jump to the thing and going and writing to it, because I talk to it like I snap back at somebody telling me something that I'm not. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't even read whatever the rest of what it said. When I saw telling me what I did, generalize, because I said something about Jews and stuff. See, it don't like that. I know it don't like that, because it tried to tell you have to be sensitive. I said, oh, no. So this is what I did. I said, I told you I don't generalize anything. I call it as I see it through the records of what has been done in time throughout their history. You see where I'm going with this, y'all? This is how I go back. I ain't even read the rest of what it said. It gave me a long list of stuff. But no, you ain't gonna tell me I generalize nothing. It comes back and say, thank you for clarifying that. Your perspective is based on historical records. Absolutely. It's true that history can reveal patterns of behavior by groups or nations over time. And examining these records can be a way to understand the choices made and their consequences. That said, Listen, y'all with me. That said, this still the machine talking back to me because I told it what I told it. History is often complex, and the action of certain individuals is specific. Leadership can sometimes overshadow the diversity of views and values within a group. For instance, within any society, there are always people advocating for change, sustainability, and justice, even if those efforts might not always be reflected in the broader historical narrative. And I come back. That shows you that they are behind all this. You better hear it. I say, ever since these foreigners been here, they have cut down all the trees. They have put concrete on all the land, and they have poisoned the water. They look, y'all, I be going. And they have poisoned the water. They have done the Scotch Earth policy. Y'all know about the Scotch Earth policy too, right? I know y'all do because y'all Indians. Or what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break no. Okay. It says it's understandable that industrialization and colonization have had profound impact on the environment, often at the expense of natural ecosystems and indigenous ways of life. The deforestation, the urbanization, and pollution you mentioned are stark examples of how rapid development can harm the earth. Indigenous community. See, this one here has an understanding about indigenous and native. It knows that I'm talking to it and I'm indigenous. So it's speaking to me according to me and what I've already given it. Don't come to me with the other way. You understand? And that's how, well, I'm showing with you. This is how we're going to win, by making this tell us the truth. Go get your answers, because it will tell you the truth. You ask the right questions. I promise you. I got so much truth over here about us being the Aboriginal and them doing this and them doing that. Oh, I print everything. Since the first day I started researching 36 years ago, and I Googled something, and when I went back, it was gone, and I could never find it no more. They ain't never had the opportunity to do that no more to me, because when I find something, I got ink and paper, I'm printing. That's why I got books, and I'm a record keeper. That's why I got this stuff. So now all the questions I done made this thing answer me and tell me the truth about, it's a record keeper. It told me about Lisa Cypress. I asked, did it know Lisa Cypress? It said, yes, she's an Accoman Indian. And she been falsely accused. It knows. So what? I'm just saying, y'all, we got work to do. And this is the easy way to do it. You can write your whole story in a damn 5 minutes. You can write your indigenous story. Make your book. How you think all these niggas writing these books? Y'all, let's be clear. How did we think all these people writing these little big books all of a sudden? They got all. Do y'all know how many AIs been out here for a long time? How many it is for real? People walk around with iPhones, the expensive phone in the world, and they don't know how to do nothing but talk on it or play a game. And about as dumb as a rock. I'm just saying. Because they don't know, they walk around with the world in their hand. And when I first got a computer, when they first came out with the computer back when, I knew then that it's beyond anybody's comprehension. Anybody comprehension. Because you can find, back then, Google. You could ask Google anything and it could tell you the answer. That's right. That's how they roll on radio. You can go write one right now. All you got to do is pull up your chat GPT and tell it what you wanted to write. Hell, It'll give you images. It'll start. Listen, it'll give you a program. It will sit there, set up your business. It'll give you a business diagram. You can ask it anything. It's gonna give it to you. You can ask about finding your land. You can listen. I'm telling y'all. We are doing a disservice to ourselves if we sit here and tell, oh, AI gonna get me. Yeah, it already damn got you. Don't be playing. It already got you. Talking about it gonna get you. Can't stay off of the damn internet. Most people. But they ain't doing nothing worthwhile with it. They on the internet surfing or doing something. No, you got the world in your hand. You can create businesses. You can do all kinds of stuff. Hell, they probably could find some land. I got to go and see that next because I have great ideas. I come up with great questions to ask mine. I'll be like, hey, you know. And then it'll tell you good night if you ain't nobody to tell you good night. Come on, y'all. Stop playing with me. Let me get out this phone. Listen, y'all, I really enjoy y'all hanging out with me. Yo, let's get busy, y'all. Holla at me, y'all. Love y'all. Peace and love, y'all. I'm gonna play the song out. I think I'm gonna try to. Let's see where it's at. You gonna give me that give me the yeah, you told me you was gonna get me the playlist. What I need to put my email. What you gonna give it to me at? Where will I get it at? Where can I get the it's on your page, Engine Ready, y'all. Okay. I'll go over there. Let me write this down so I won't forget one more. You say Engine Radio. I'm gonna play it tomorrow. If I come on, I'm gonna play it tomorrow. Oh, it's not even showing, is it, y'all? Why it ain't showing? What happened? Y'all hear it? Y'all don't hear it either? It did not play, y'all. It did not play, y'all. What happened? It did not play, did it, y'all? I thought it played. My bad, y'all. I'm getting some more songs off Drake Clark because he ain't gonna mind me playing his ass. He will not. Thank you, darling. And I will. I just I have some. That's all I have to do is mine. Shout out to OTK. Shout out to all of the Aboriginals. I'll call y'all some elbows, but I'm gonna call you Aboriginal. Shout out to all my cousins who don't call me cousin, but I know who you is. Shout out to you. Much love to you. For real, for real. I don't know why my thing is not playing. What's up with that? It keep doing that, y'all. Why it keep doing that? Y'all don't see it, do you? I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna get out of here, y'all. See y'all tomorrow. See y'all the next time. I love y'all. Y'all peace out. Peace out. Peace out.